Johnny 6 wins. That way we kind of flip the script there.
Johnny 6 wins seems like I need to be hanging out with Chauncey Billups.
Oh, I was thinking of maybe Big Sal in Akron. Get a little pizza
also,
down there.
Chauncey Billups. Yeah, they're all, any of these names are all
Can't
just,
you see the Browns are a 6-win team, man?
why are you Mike Tyson now?
I don't know. Because I don't have a good Marlon Brando. Maybe rest in peace.
You got a stellar Mike Tyson.
That's true.
As evidenced by you trying to do the Marlon Brando.
I'm malicious.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back! Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and the Browns still aren't good at football. We got a big show for you today. It is today Tuesday or Wednesday?
Wednesday.
It's a hump day edition of the show. That opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murrin doing the YouTube, doing the producing thing today. We got Matt Corelli, the big cheese, giving us the updated info on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello, it's a blessed day at the Odyssey compound. How you feeling?
It is another blessed day, and let it be known, we still haven't heard from the Cleveland Browns.
Well, yeah.
Andrew?
I mean, we heard from somebody that was talking to Adam Schefter. We just don't know who exactly that was.
That's true. We can guess.
I mean, it was somebody within the Cleveland Browns. I mean, I would assume his source isn't from, like, the Vikings on this one.
Yeah, that'd be pretty weird. So if you guys didn't see, Adam Schefter reporting that from a source that there's not a chance that Myles Garrett is being traded. So we got that going. So cannot come out in the bye. When you have, by the way, traditionally, as the general manager of the Cleveland Browns, cannot get these guys to come out from wherever they are. We just send old Coach Kevin out there as a meat shield. Can't get him out there to talk about 2-6 or, the failed roster construction. Can't do that. But we can send pithy text to national reporters. So good.
Yeah, I'm thinking like when Nick Sirianni stands in front of the podium with his kids as the meat shield. That's basically what the Browns are doing here. Schefter saying, his source added, people have a better chance of winning the lottery.
Look at that. How funny.
So now they got jokes. Now they got jokes on top of this.
Oh, man.
I didn't know we turned into the Chuckle Hut over there at 76 Lou Groza Boulevard.
I didn't know it was open mic night, but here we are. Oh, man. Shows you I'm winning the lottery tonight.
Here's what I'll say. If I put it at a 3%
Friday
chance of happening before the deadline, this tweet actually raises the stakes for me. It
like
makes it to a 6%. It doubles the chances of this happening.
Ooh, that is Peterlin math.
Because, well, think about it. Like, it's very low percentage chance of any of this happening anyway. But what do the Browns love to do at the time where you think something is going to happen? They
think they're better than the fans,
and then they swerve. Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No,
so
I mean that's basically it, though.
Yeah.
I mean, this is them on draft day being like, remember what we talked to? Not moving the number 2 pick. It's going to be Travis Hunter, and then obviously they traded out and they got Mason Graham at number 5 overall and shocked everybody. Like, this is what they do. Barry's been on the record before talking about how he likes to basically throw the media curveballs. Well, if we were 3% yesterday, we're 6% today.
So I love this take from you, but just because I think what this report really did was just bring out the fans who still believe anything from that organization. And I think it would only be fitting if they ended up trading Myles before the deadline because of that, right? Like, every time they've said, hey, we're not doing that, hey, that's not how we operate, they tend to do it. Yeah.
And that's why it gives you more confidence in the idea, because every time they tell you no, it ends up being yes.
I just think the idea that no matter how hilarious, can you give that one to me again, by the way? Just give me the...
Source added, people have a better chance of winning the lottery. Now, did it hurt? Did the knife get twisted because you are somebody that believes you're going to win the lottery one day, and so this almost...
No. Because then I'm going to win the lottery on Friday, and Myles will be traded on Saturday, and it'd be even funnier.
And you just be like, I guess that's a thing that happens a lot.
Yeah, I guess. Give it to me one more time. I'm in the mood to laugh.
Source added, people have a better chance of winning the lottery. We are laughing.
You're 2-6.
We are laughing.
Oh, my God. You guys are funny. You're not good at football, and you're not good at treating your fans with respect. But I'll tell you this. You guys are moderately funny. Oh, man. It really, who needs to be 6-2? Who needs, an ownership group that doesn't keep stepping in every trap and bring constant shame to the city of Cleveland, right? Who needs that? Who needs a general manager that maybe stays with a quarterback he didn't draft and then develop him into like a really good quarterback when he can just make the worst trade in NFL history? Who needs that? Who needs a head coach that can take a 3-win team and maybe get 6 wins with him? Who needs any of that when you got like, I would say, a B- Patton Oswalt with us right here?
Well, and to act as if the people that are suggesting a trade is a good move for the Browns is just patently stupid is the funniest part of this to me. Like, they're belittling. Well, what they're doing is telling Albert Breer, you're an idiot for even trying to come up with this concept.
Yes.
When Albert's a smart enough guy to understand how the NFL works, how it gets operated, and what exactly can and cannot happen.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I know Albert, I think, has since talked about like the Aiden Hutchinson contract and how the Detroit rebuild was really based off jettisoning Matthew Stafford in the old guard and turning those picks into solid players. And for a second, I was like, it is possible. And then I remembered who's running the organization and that the analytics group is going to make sure we take like a just rocket fast wide receiver that can't catch the ball, or maybe like a genetic freak of a cornerback that is legally blind. Like I realize the whole point on why you shouldn't trade Myles is they can't draft their way out of a paper bag anyways. Like, we got people literally saying, wow, but Schlesinger, Judkins, Fannin Jr., Mason Graham. Yeah, and it's like, okay, shall we list the other moves that they've made that haven't worked out, or we just do the 4 anomalies?
It doesn't clean up all the mistakes, obviously. It doesn't clean them up, and so it's really kind of We've taken a humorous approach to this all, but even in the condensation, everything attached to what Schefter tweeted to then that being the response by the Browns just tells you they're not even keeping their mind open to what they could be doing.
Now, what do you think actually is a better chance of happening? Winning the lotto, which I'll be doing on Friday. The mega's up there. I could use about $750 million. It's the exact amount of money I actually need right now. That, or the Browns consistently winning for like 5 years at a clip. The lottery? Is it the lottery?
I can't take the lottery in this equation.
Yeah.
You're never going to win the lottery. I don't want to tell it to you that way.
No. It's not about me. It's about anybody winning the lottery.
The odds are very, very hard.
Or the Browns deciphering their head from their booties.
Well, again, that might not happen either, but I don't want to close the door completely on that. I'm still hoping up to, what's the Poly Market tweet from yesterday?
John Dorsey, Robert Saleh, Mike McDaniel, and Jim Schwartz.
Bang biscuit. We're in business.
The power foursome.
Let's figure this out.
Might be a different thing. We might have to have a different. We already have core 4 for the Cavs. I couldn't use that.
We'll talk about it at 3:00. Maybe John Harbaugh's on the table. Maybe Mike Tomlin's on the table at the end of the season.
So like John Harbaugh's a special teams coach.
Got a lot of people that could just be on the table
as a defensive backs coach. So we can hire like Pat Shurmur again.
Well, you got to bring back Nick Saban too. Yeah. That's the other thing.
But yeah, he's the defensive coordinator. Okay, good, you got to make sure you have a head coach that's very malleable.
Maybe even Belichick too. And if you get Belichick, then Lombardi's coming over.
That's true.
And then we might have some Saudi money attached to all this as well. So I don't even know what that means for the stadium.
And if
you thought the stadium looked cool, think about the stadium up in the sky.
And if Lombardi's coming, then you're going to get some of that Turkish hair transplant money, and then you're really just cooking with gas.
Turkish hair plant money?
Oh yeah.
It's a market. There's a market for it.
I mean, look at that rug he's sporting. You telling me that
you think he flew to Turkey to get that done?
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's not that expensive from what I've heard.
No, it's only like $3 or $4 grand. I say that as if I've looked into it. It's just not really the case. But yeah, no, a bunch of Barstool guys, they all went and they got their hair done in Turkey. And I think they talked about it being like $3 or $4 grand at the end of the day.
So I think the obvious question is, how likely is a Myles trade? 6% sound good. I wouldn't put it north of 10%. I wouldn't put it at 10% or more.
No one's betting anyone else's money on this happening. That's the idea, right? No one's like, I'm going to really go out on a limb here and think this one's going to happen. And anybody trying to take a victory lap over the idea of like, on Tuesday after the deadline passes, like I told you guys they wouldn't trade Myles.
Yeah.
Okay, then you're just missing the whole point of all this anyway. They're not, more likely than not, they're not trading Myles.
I mean, the idea of trading Myles comes into a couple buckets. One, does he want it? I'm going to say if he wanted it 9 months ago, I'll say he would like it today. Mm-hmm. Maybe even more so than 9 months ago. All right, so check. Do the Browns want it? I think that's a really tricky question, because I think the catch-22 that everyone gets at is how much can you win with Myles versus if you're not going to win with Myles, how quickly or how much quicker can you hit the rebuild and nail the rebuild and maybe get the quarterback you need with assets you could get for Myles? So I don't think it's as simple as, well, we don't want to trade him. I think it's plus the cap hit and all that other stuff. And I think the third is you really have to examine the message you're sending to everyone in the world if you trade Myles Garrett, especially after paying him 9 months ago to stay. And then the fourth thing, I think, is just what can you get for him?
It's incredibly unlikely, but the door isn't completely 100% closed. Like, if I got the notification on my phone, Myles Garrett traded, tap into 92.3 The Fan to listen to the Morning Boys as they discuss it now, I'm not going to be like, whoa, completely out of left field. Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. They took the 6% chance that we talked about, and they actually did something with it. Whereas if you would have had this conversation maybe a week ago, I think it would have caught people way off guard.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm not, although we're talking about it right now, I'm not investing all that amount of energy on it because I do think it's that far-fetched. I think you can play it from a million different angles. We've already talked about 4 of them, but like, at some point, I guarantee you there's a certain amount of people who might echo what I said yesterday, which is, on one hand, let's do right by Myles. On two, because he has incredible value right now. It's not just because, you're good guys and all, and that's what this organization's about, being good guys and Boy Scouts and whatnot, but also the immense value that he has that you can trade in on.
And Albert is right. The timelines don't add up.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, that's, I think most problematic of all is I don't think anyone's enjoying... I shouldn't say that. I enjoy watching Myles Garrett have 5 sacks, no matter if you win, lose, or draw. I don't know I enjoy Myles Garrett having 5 sacks in a game where you were out of it with like 6 minutes to go in the third quarter.
One wrinkle I want to throw to you that I've not seen anyone else but ESPN bring up, and I want to credit them for this. I wish I could remember what writer it was. I think it was Bill Barnwell. But it might have been Greg. Well, it doesn't matter. The point is... they posited that because the stadium deal is done, back when the stadium was getting, trying to get public funding, they really did have to worry about what the fan sentiment was around the team. Trading your best player during that time, probably not a great look. But now that the public funding is all but wrapped up, and the stadium deal is all but wrapped up, they might be more interested in just saying, screw you to the fans, because they don't need the fan support financially, because they already have that wrapped up.
I mean, they're already saying screw you to the fans by not making Andrew Berry available this week when he's been available the first 5.
This might be a step in this, though.
This could be the second screw you.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. We might get a lot more screw yous is kind of the point. And it was just kind of, I thought about it for a second. I'm like, oh, this might be a continuous trend. We might get more and more moments where it's like, oh, the Browns really stuck it to us there. Yeah, they don't need our public funding. They don't need us to really enjoy them that much at the current moment.
Can you give it to me one more time? Just give it to me. Just one more time.
Source added. People have a better chance of winning the lottery.
I don't know that I like anybody over there anymore, but let me tell you.
I feel like Seinfeld when I deliver it, only because it's guaranteed laughs. You're laughing at it regardless. You don't have to say anything.
Is it the delivery?
You just don't even have to. Yeah. It's guaranteed laughs. Yeah. Seinfeld can get up to a mic and be like, oh, that weather outside today, and it is. That laugh too. He is right about that weather, isn't he?
What's the deal with trading Myles Garrett?
Right about that weather.
I'll tell you what. We just covered all the hackneyed comedy stuff. Okay. What? I don't know about that. You're right there? Right there, Mac?
You working through some things there?
No, I literally...
Did the Browns just try and take over?
I'll tell you off air. I don't know what's going on.
We got a loaded show for you. 216-474-0092. How likely is a Myles Garrett trade? And Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X powered by Scheiben Jewelers. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Ashley Bastock coming up at 3:20. Ross Tucker at 4. Would the Odyssey NFL insider and former Cleveland Brown want to trade Myles Garrett? And then we've got our guy Sam Brook House of Sumer Sports coming up at 6 o'clock as well, and we'll get his take. Sumer Sports was pretty okay with trading Myles about 9 months ago. I'm going to assume they're pretty okay with trading Myles now. But 216-474-0092. Adam Schefter has said the Browns won't trade Myles Garrett. Do you believe them? And when we come back, 2 Browns trades you're either going to love, hate, or like somewhere in between in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
We're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
I mean, it would take some, cap gymnastics to do that. You'd have to restructure some guys, and it might be a little messy. And I would just argue that, in a lost season, this might be the time to do it. You're going to have to, at some point, reckon with the proration on his contract. And I don't know, guys, I just think of this in timelines, right? And I look at it right now, and if I'm the Browns, the way I'm looking at this is, can I get good enough, fast enough, to maximize what's left of Myles Garrett's prime? I look at the Browns, the hole at quarterback, a hole at receiver, a hole at tackle, and I'm not sure that they can get good enough fast enough to maximize what's left of Myles Garrett's prime. And so it might be one of those situations where the best thing for everyone involved is to find them a new home.
Albert Breer, MMQB, yesterday with us towards the tail end of yesterday's show, building his case for why the Browns should seriously consider trading Myles Garrett. And the reality is, I think if you just ask the question, should the Browns trade Myles Garrett? I think it's incredibly complex because I think Albert is right. Myles, I thought this could be a one-year deal. They drafted reasonably well, and they're still FUBAR. So, I think this is more than even just one more good draft. I think this is at least two more good drafts. And I think a lot of it's because one way or another you have to deal with the financial realities. And I think the way you deal with them now is instead of just spending your way out, which is what Jimmy's done, I think you just got to sit in it. And so all of that, what Albert said, I find to be reasonable. And so to me, it comes down to brass tacks. What can you get for him, and does Myles want to go? Because if Myles is done, like he was done 9 months ago, and you and all those brilliant guys over there who come up with knee slappers like you got a better chance of trading Myles Garrett, they can go ahead and figure out the financial gymnastics.
Yeah, and they would be able to. And so that's the interesting part of this. But also, do they want somebody like Myles that seems like a disgruntled employee for X amount of months on end? That's another thing that they should have to consider. And there's a lot here. There's a lot here. And there's no easy answer. But what I do know is that if the starting price is 2 first-round picks, if we have 5 first-round picks over the next 2 seasons, that's a good jumpstart to a new team.
Yeah, and again, I think if that's the first thing you do, the second thing, I need to make sure Andrew Berry's not here because I will not trust him with those picks, no matter how good the last 4, the first 4 picks of this last year looked.
Which would be interesting because then you'd be telling them execute the trade, get the job done, and then you're not going to be able to see the fruits of that labor. But think about the GM you can get if you have 5 draft picks in the first round of the next 2 seasons relative to if you just entered into a normal situation. That's almost the equivalent of saying, hey, Mike Vrabel, do you want to be the coach of the Patriots with Drake May, or do you want to be the coach of any other team? He's like, I want to take the Drake May guy. That sounds like a good time.
And the Browns have outlasted the whole thing of they never give guys enough chance. Giving Barry and Stefanski 6 years, basically, to get something done and basically fail in the most incredible of ways. Even, by the way, once the trade was clearly a failure, giving them 2 seasons after that, I think should maybe showcase to the league that while Jimmy Haslam might want too much of a say in personnel matters, he's at least going to give you the time to get it right or get it wrong. I think that also is another thing that is going in your favor that wasn't when you hired these guys, 5.5 years ago.
No, you've gone too far in that direction. I think you've course corrected too far. You went into the idea that now every GM gets 5 or 6 years, and it's just way too long of a time. So yeah, it's a very interesting convo, and I like. The part that I find so funny is so many Browns fans right now, even myself included, I'm like, 6% chance. I just don't expect it to happen. But when you actually have a nuanced conversation about it, you can come up with just as many reasons for why it would happen than why it wouldn't happen.
216-474-0092. How likely is a Myles trade? Mike in Macedonia, welcome to the show, bud.
How's it going, guys?
Going all right.
Hey, Mike.
Welcome to the show.
Well, I'll start by saying this. I don't like Myles Garrett, but I don't want him to trade him. I want him to suffer in Cleveland for his comments of, hey, it's not good enough from going Cleveland to Canton. You know, us hardworking, everyday, Clevelanders, and to hear that, it's like, we have to sit here and deal with this team, and if it's not good enough for you, you just want to move on. Well, tough break. Take the money and just shut up now.
So, all right. So, listen, I don't think Myles was firing any shots at the fans, and I thank you for the call. I don't think he was firing any shots at the fans. 2 weeks ago, when he talked about who cares more and all that kind of stuff, that I think was a bit of a shot at the fans, and that was a bit unnecessary. I think Myles, the funny thing is, Myles played the initial trade request perfectly, except for caving for $40 million a year.
He didn't play it long enough, is the problem. He played it for 6 weeks. He should have played it for 6 months.
Now, I do think you hit at something that we haven't talked about yet, the idea of culture. I really struggle to think that if Myles is unhappy and Myles is blowing up on the sidelines, and now we've got people speculating he was blowing up on the sidelines because he wanted to get back in to get 7 sacks and break the NFL record, not just the team record, as opposed to he was frustrated at getting blown out. I'm not there, but I certainly respect your right to make that case if you want to. But there's clean sweep in terms of let's get everybody on the same timeline and let's build towards something together. And which means if Myles is going, everyone's going, right? And when I say everyone, I'm talking about leadership in this organization, including San Diego Paul. And I mean, he can't do the Howie Roseman, I'll just be in this water closet for 3 years until I can come back and claim my spot. No, gone. Ex-nade, off the face of the friggin' planet. Well, okay, back to San Diego. But I do think there's something to be said about the culture. I don't think the culture's awful. I also don't think I don't think you've got the guys or the leaders in the organization you need to. Myles is one of them. It might be the right time to hit the cultural reset as well.
Well, and that's, again, it's one of those things that I think the Browns should seriously take a look at. Like, look at the idea that if Myles is around, if you keep him around, and listen, he's a great player, but it is every single week, Friday at 2 o'clock, let's just crap all over the franchise when we're losing. That's not going away. And I'm not asking for it to go away either, by the way. If you're Myles, you speak your piece, you say whatever you need to say, but he's shown you. He's going to be very vocal. And the only thing I know about this organization at this point is that they like to control people, and they like to not have those messages get out. They like to try to, if you're Baker Mayfield, we got a real problem with you being Baker Mayfield. They like to really tamp that down. And so knowing them the way that we do, wouldn't surprise me if one day they woke up and said, I'm tired of this being the headline every week.
All right. I know you have 2 potential trades for the Browns that Connor Orr has pitched. Now, neither of these involve Myles Garrett. Am I correct on that?
That's correct. Yeah. None of them involve Myles. They are involving 2 other players. And I wanted to really what turns out, and this is Connor Orr, not Connor and not Connor but, this is Connor Orr. And their draft compensation, okay? So there's no other players thrown in the mix, so we don't have to do any wonky it's a defender that nobody's ever heard of. What does this actually mean?
Now, do we get a pick swap? Because nothing makes Andrew Berry happier than a nice little pick swap.
No pick swap, just returning picks. Returning picks.
Okay.
It's the simplest of trades imaginable from a talk radio perspective.
Okay.
First one, David Njoku to the Broncos for a 2026 third rounder.
Sold. Yeah, good football player. I think he would fit very well with Bo Nix. In fairness, they need more vertical speed, which is why every 3 weeks Troy Franklin has a ridiculous, because it's the one thing the guy does well. But I don't think they're going to get vertical speed, so I think Njoku would be the perfect addition.
I think the sell in there is that the Broncos have a very low percentage of multi-tight end sets. They don't really even do 12 personnel. You got so many teams right now using 13 personnel. That seems to be back in vogue in
Kevin
the NFL
wants
level.
to do 14 personnel. I don't even think that's a thing.
It's odd. It's Colts, Steelers, Lions, Rams. They've all had a lot of 3 tight end setups, and so the idea that tight ends right now and 12 personnel but 13 personnel are back in the mix is an obvious idea, but the Broncos don't even use 12 personnel basically ever. Low rate there. David Njoku goes there. You get a third rounder in return. The other one.
Would you do it, by the way?
Yes, I would. And I love David Njoku, but a third round pick is where that's the sweet spot for Njoku. I think if you get a third rounder, you're pretty pleased.
Yeah, for a 30-year-old tight end that has some injury issues, I think that makes a lot of sense.
And hopefully they don't pull up some of his catch receptions, etc., and his drop rates this year, because
he's been great. Jonathan,
we gotta keep
people
that
are
convo
saying
going.
he's having a career year.
That's right.
Many people are saying
that's
it.
what we should do. Anyone that's on the trading block, they should just cut up the clips of us talking about how great they've been this year, and we can get that circulated. Maybe we tag like some Denver radio stations, throw that in the mix as well. And Njoku, not only dynamic throughout his career here, dynamic this season. If only he
You'll
had a
also love him shirtless in like the middle of December.
Well, that's just a plus.
We'll just send those pics, you know?
That's just a plus.
Just help the package a little bit.
You know. All right, next one. Browns guard Wyatt Teller to the Seahawks.
Okay.
Teller, I knew you'd be interested by.
Okay.
4th round pick in 2026 and a 2027 6th round pick.
Okay. I mean, I guess if you're not going to re-sign him, maybe. I just think like the Chargers need O-line help. Texans need O-line help. Seattle needs O-line. Like there's like half the teams that are any good this year need O-line help.
Yeah.
4th and a 6 is okay.
It's weird. He's relying on like Kubiak and Stefanski's connection back in the day as part of the reason why this would be like a seamless fit. I don't know that that's necessarily part of the reason why the Seahawks would make that deal. I think it'd more just be the idea that Wyatt Teller is good at football.
I think that also makes sense.
But a 4th and a 6th, I want to re-sign Wyatt Teller. I feel like you have to re-sign X amount of guys in this offensive line anyway to begin with. Teller is one of the ones I feel like they need to. I'd be upset if this was the move.
So maybe I think you're swaying me here. I think if it was a 3rd, much like David, if it was a 3rd, I would have to probably say yes. If it was a 4th and a 6th, I'd probably say, well, why don't we just commit money to Wyatt Teller and let's just keep one of the pieces that we know is going to at least keep us buoyant for the next 2 years, because while I don't think you need to be focused about trying to win a championship the next 2 years while you're rebuilding, I do think you need to try and remain competitive.
Yeah, it's interesting as they try to go through this selling pieces off, but then other sites want them to be buyers as far as wide receivers are concerned. I noticed after the Miami game, they took a lot of the Njoku, Wyatt Teller type players away from these conversations.
And now they're right back in.
Right back in. Like Jordan Ware in the 4-5. It's right back.
Maybe that's why Andrew Berry can't speak. He's too busy, like just on calls. He's just like
pulling up the Connor Orrs.
He's like John Schneider. Hey, it's AB. What's up? What's up? We should bring the commercial. He could bring the Waza back.
What's up?
No, by the way, so could Kevin Stefanski. Ironically, of course. Let's go with Tim in Cuyahoga Falls. I don't know why.
It took a while.
Tim, welcome to the show, bud. I am for
Hey, how's it going? First time caller.
Oh, well, welcome to the show.
As long as you're not a first time listener, we're cool.
Yeah. Well.
No, definitely not. So here's a crazy one for you. Parsons just left the Cowboys because of, Jerry Jones. If you don't say yes, sir, pretty much you're gone. So they just got all those trades. They have a couple more trades. They still have a chance to finish their season with Myles Garrett.
Now you're talking. Myles is a Texas guy. Okay, so 2 things. Because I have the Myles Garrett to Dallas trade. 2 things. I would want their first for the next 2 seasons and not Green Bay's. And I want the kid they took, the guard from Alabama, Booker.
Okay.
Now he was there. He was the 12th pick overall, but I want him in the deal as well.
I've heard the Cowboys and I've heard the 49ers seem to be the 2 big teams that are linked up to if a Myles deal were to kind of happen.
Yeah, I was trying to make sense of the Niners one because that.
How about the next 2 picks for the next 2 years?
What do you mean?
What, you mean 4 picks?
Yeah, so Dallas gives them 4 picks.
Now we're drunk at 3 a.m. PlayStation territory.
Which I've been, Tim. Just so you know,
that's fine. It's a good place to live.
I did play a butt ton of Madden before today, but ironically didn't trade Myles. Tim, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. I mean, Dallas would be one of. I would want him out of the AFC. I couldn't like Buffalo would be. Yeah, he's everything Buffalo needs. I cannot. With love and respect, I can't watch him in the conference. I can't.
Before Buffalo signed Bosa, I really thought that's where I was going to end up this offseason. I thought I was going to be there or Detroit.
I thought Detroit.
I mean, Detroit's an interesting spot, especially with the Hutchinson move now today and the amount of money they've put towards him. They're close to broke.
216-474-0092. So you heard the 2 Browns trades that Connor or, not Connor and, not Connor and or, just or Connor. Just Connor or. Submitted for the Cleveland Browns. Would you say yes or no to them? And how likely is a Myles Garrett trade? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
one connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
All day long. All day. All the time.
At work. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Andrew Berry still not speaking to the media. Browns, give it to me again. Give me a little taste of the Chuckle Hut night, the open mic night for the Cleveland Browns.
Oh no, it's too far away. It's too far. I don't have it pulled up. I don't have it pulled up.
That's on me, dog. That's called accountability, Cleveland Browns. That's where you do something and it didn't go the way you planned, and then you go, "That was on me." But it was
Still don't have it pulled up.
Oh man.
Still don't. Now, why is it? Now I got it.
Okay,
right when you need it, you can never find it. Isn't that how life works? Sources added. People have a better chance of winning the lottery.
I mean, why even go into football when you can write a banger like that? Just go straight to the Comedy Store in L.A. Well, Paul, if that was Paul DePodesta writing it, it's right down the road in San Diego. I think they got a Comedy Store down yonder too.
It's just the idea that like Schefter tweets them or texts them, and that's their response. Just drips of like, Schefter, you idiot! Why are you even asking this question? As if they have everything all figured out.
They do. They know exactly how to build a 3-14 team.
Give me a break. Like you don't get to answer this way when you're this type of a bad football team.
You mean
just don't.
Comedically hilarious?
Yeah, you just
Come
don't.
On now.
I'm sorry. The jokes, the ha-has, everything it all gets taken away when you suck this bad.
All right, we got Ashley Bastock coming up in about 40 minutes, but time for quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, you gave us Connor Orr's trade ideas for the Cleveland Browns. I've got one.
Okay.
And it's going to hurt a little bit, but it also might help the offense. Denzel Ward to Jacksonville for Brian Thomas Jr. And a 2027 first-round pick. So effectively, you get 2 firsts for Denzel because Brian Thomas Jr. was a first-rounder.
Yeah.
So you get an immediate impact wide receiver to help your offense. They get another defender because their defense is real problematic.
Yeah.
And then you lock down another first-rounder in this as well.
I like it. Quietly, Denzel's not having the season that Denzel typically has.
No, quietly, loudly, Denzel's incredible. You're right.
I mean, he's incredible, but like this has not been it for him. Like this has been multiple games. The Justin Jefferson game is obviously sticking out like a sore thumb. The Jamar Chase game is sticking out like a sore thumb.
They can hear you in Jacksonville.
Even last week, this is that thing again, right? I have to talk great about our players to make sure that they want to buy
Nordonia zone.
Because Gladstone is just an idiot and will obviously just listen to anything anybody says.
Yeah, many people are saying Denzel Ward makes Darrelle Revis look like Greg Newsome.
I mean, James Gladstone's 34 years old, so that means he's of the age for people that are just criminally online.
Yep.
They don't even watch games, do they? They just take screen grabs of everything.
Schmape. He watches reels.
If it happens on Reddit, it happens for James Gladstone, is what I hear. So Denzel's great. Everything is fantastic. Their wide receivers stink. Got to circulate that too.
Yeah. Brian Thomas Jr. Awful. It wouldn't really help us at all.
If not for Trevor Lawrence, made him.
He'd be your best wide receiver. He'd be really
he's good. I bet on him on fantasy every single season.
Well, that's not really worked out that well.
He's been in the NFL.
Last year it did.
We're facing each other this week.
That's true. We got a real Donnybrook coming up.
Yes, we do. I think the odds have me by a point right now.
Really?
Yes.
Don't like that.
Well, it'll change. My team stinks.
If I end up winning the championship but losing in the regular season to everybody that works here, I lose more than I win in that scenario.
No, you win the title. It doesn't matter how you get there. You win the title.
Be like losing to the Browns 4 times for the Steelers, but then you get to go win the Super Bowl.
Daryl catching me on a bye week is that's brutal. That's all that is. Paul Feinbaum believes Nick Saban would consider the LSU job. He says it probably is the only place that could get a conversation with Nick Saban. Is that the only place that could get a conversation with Nick Saban?
What LSU?
LSU, the place he won a title before he went to Alabama and won a million titles.
I don't know. Maybe, you know what? I'll say yes. I think he's not going to Florida. And by the way, Florida's a bad job right now.
What I like about LSU is I like the idea that he's already a legend there. He's already enshrined there. And so the only thing that could happen is he elevates himself to getting a statue outside the stadium, or maybe even naming it like they do in Alabama, name the stadium after him. But I don't know how Alabama fans would take this.
I think they would just shut up and take the many rings that he won for them. At least that's what I think you should do.
But then when he starts beating DeBoer, then what happens?
Then you realize that Kalen DeBoer's a scrub. And
Imagine Nick Saban going into Nick Saban Stadium and getting a win.
Here's the thing.
That's a wild turn of events.
Would you be mad if Urban took the Penn State job? Because I wouldn't. I'd be like, thank you for the national title. I hope Penn State is good because that means the Big Ten's better, and let's make this fun.
Yeah, but Urban's not going into Urban Meyer Stadium. You know what I mean? Like that's the hang up I have in this.
And Gainesville?
What's that?
Is that Florida? Is that more of that because he won more titles there?
Yeah,
okay.
It's more that. Yeah. But even I guess time heals everything within these conversations. I'm rooting for it. I'm rooting for the chaos of it all, though. I'll tell you that.
At this point, I'm rooting for something interesting because this coaching market, the coaches that are being brought up for Penn State, LSU, and Florida, I don't know how anyone's selling themselves. These are guys who got to pay $15 million a year. CBS Sports new mock draft has dropped. They literally dropped like 5 yesterday. This is from Cooper Patanga. No relation to Boy Meets World's Topanga. I was trying not to say Patanga.
You said Cooper Patanga.
Yeah, that's his name.
Yeah.
But then I realized Topanga, and it got real.
That's
my
brain. Nowhere close.
The misfire, the synopsis.
Yeah, okay.
Topanga.
She's on Dancing with the Stars right now.
They rhyme.
Yeah,
However,
she's on Dancing with the Stars right now. Wait, for some reason, Dancing with the Stars is getting like ridiculous numbers.
Yeah, stop that.
Why is everyone's watching this season? I called my sister last night. I've never known her to watch Dancing with the Stars. She's like, I'm just watching some Dancing with the Stars. I'm like, what? Season 37 is what got you hooked? How did this happen?
We're just all really sad, and a lot of flashy dancing is the only way to make us feel better. Same thing happened in the 80s with Literal Flashdance and Footloose and all the other ones. All right. It has the Browns taking Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza with the 4th pick and Arizona State wide receiver Jordan Tyson with the 18th pick. Do you like this mock draft?
I don't know enough about Tyson at this point to tell you whether I like this draft or don't like this draft. And honestly, I'm not sold on Mendoza the way that everybody is at this point either. So I'm a little hesitant. I did see the players taking him back of the 2 players you mentioned in this draft, Caleb Downs and then Lenora Sellers. That one actually I think might have interested me more than the setup that you currently gave me.
So I think if you're going, meaning like you're not trading Myles, you're going to try and be competitive next year. Fernando Mendoza, I think, is the guy with the highest floor. I don't know his ceiling's as high as like Dante Moore or Sellers or one of those guys, but I think he could step in and be like a Matt Ryan type quarterback. And I think Tyson would instantly be your best wide receiver. Now, you could say if you trade Myles and trade Denzel, trade a couple other pieces, and just hope that 2027 class is better, I would be willing on some level to pass up on Fernando Mendoza, but I think Mendoza and Tyson is about as good as it gets.
I like the quarterback-wide receiver combo. I like that. I don't know that I like those two specifically as the answer, but I like the idea of quarterback-wide receiver being the combo that ends up happening.
And Carnell Tate was still available when they took Tyson. I don't know why I said it that way.
Because you were driving interest for us.
That's true. This is my you're about to be intrigued voice.
Falcon star quarterback Kirk Cousins wants to be traded to a team that has a quarterback one opportunity as the deadline approaches. That's the report from the USA Today. USA Today also making the implication that the Vikings could make a lot of sense. Now, he wouldn't be QB1. J.J. McCarthy is supposed to come back this week, but J.J. McCarthy is a broken toy. He's going to get injured every other week, it feels like. If you're Kirk Cousins, could you imagine going back to Minnesota?
Oh, you have to. Yeah, you trust the old ball coach, KOC as he's called. Mm-hmm. So it's the only place that makes sense, and you just know J.J. McCarthy's going to break again.
I mean, the bet is he's going to break again, and it seems like a pretty good bet at this point.
Although, I do struggle. As great as Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson are, is it better than Drake London, Kyle Pitts, and Bijan Robinson?
No, but it's not going to be a thing for him in Atlanta.
That's fair. I think there are other things. And, oh, by the way, Zach Robinson, I don't think is a great offensive coordinator. So I think going at least back to your Whoopie, as it were, going back to Kevin O'Connell makes a lot of sense.
I mean, Kirk Cousins, I'm not going to say he's fumbled this situation because he still made a bunch of money and is making a bunch of money to be a backup quarterback. So I guess like mission accomplished from that perspective.
We should all fumble, so completely.
But from a I want to play football standpoint, this has not gone the way that I think he envisioned.
Atlanta in general or this year?
Well, Atlanta in general, obviously, but I'm talking about this year. Basically, you just say all of it. He's nuked the back part of his career in a way that it's made him a lot of money, but has not made anyone think that he's a good quarterback.
The Blue Jays struck back and took Game 4 over the Dodgers 6-2 last night to pull the World Series even at 2 games apiece. Game 5 tonight. Are we in the midst? If this keeps up, are we in the midst of an all-time great World Series?
Potentially. We got to keep this run going. Last night wasn't a great game though. And by the way, shout out to the Beliebers out there. Shane Bieber pitched fantastic. That was a great game by Bieber. And I honestly, Ohtani gave up a couple runs, but Ohtani, I thought his stuff was actually really good. I watched a lot of Ohtani pitch, and last night's stuff was about as good as you'll see from Ohtani. That was not Ohtani's fault. He had his near A+ stuff working, and he made a lot of Blue Jays hitters look stupid for about 3 innings.
Yeah, I know they pushed it, letting him in the 7th inning. I might not have pulled him. Just because that bullpen is so bad for the Dodgers. And that 18-inning game, I think, even made the bullpen even worse. What I love about this World Series, one, we're seesawing back and forth on who wins games to this point. And we're also, Ohtani's giving you an elite performance. Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s giving you elite performances.
Yeah.
So your best players are giving you elite performances. And the teams, I don't know if it's going to end up in 7 games or a competitive the final 3 games, but it certainly feels like you're getting that. If this went the way it should go, ratings should only continue to grow with this series because every time I watch it, I get a little bit more hooked.
Well, and the Dodgers feel beatable at this point, which is really all we could ask for heading into what is now turned into a 3-game set. They feel like you can slay Goliath now, and I like that. This is a good thing for baseball.
That is Quick Hits. When we come back, is every head coach in this division on the hot seat? That sounded crazy 5 weeks ago. It might not be crazy now, according to 2 NFL analysts. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chumba Casino.
free. First pitch from Dodger Stadium, 8 o'clock. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com, as she does every Wednesday here, will join us in 20 minutes. We'll be talking about the Adam Schefter report that there's no chance the Browns trade Myles Garrett, which usually means there's at least a 6% chance the Browns trade Myles Garrett. We're still taking your calls on the idea of a Myles Garrett trade, but it's interesting how, for the second straight year, we've gone into this year thinking the AFC North is going to reign supreme because historically that has been true. And yet the AFC West is a much tougher division. If you look around, there's a couple divisions in football. Certainly the NFC North looks like it could be a real problem with even teams like Minnesota and the Bears kind of lurking there with maybe quarterbacks who can or can't play. We'll figure that out.
And Detroit and Green Bay at the top. It just goes on and on.
And Detroit versus Green Bay would be a hell of a NFC title game. But I think it's interesting that it something that would have sounded asinine 5 weeks ago now sounds, I guess, normalized or maybe possible as there was a question into the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and Bruce Arians took his first stab at it on whether every head coach in the AFC North is on the hot seat.
This was supposed to be the best division in football. They got one team with a winning record of 4-3. All right, that's not good. And they got to play each other. 9-8 might win the division. Whoever wins the division gets to come back next year. I think the other three are probably looking for a job.
That is a pretty bold take from Bruce Arians.
We got to acknowledge the idea that Bruce Arians he's the new flamethrower.
He is. He's no Risky, no bisky as a head coach as a take artist.
As a take artist, he is just constantly throwing it out there, and I kind of respect it because it carries weight with someone like Bruce Arians.
I would I'm no Gary Guarantee. When I guarantee, I feel it in my loins, okay? I feel in my loins that at least 2 of the 4 head coaches will be back next year, and it wouldn't surprise me if 3 of the 4 head coaches were back next year.
So which one's out, or are you just saying in general you're just going to do a broad in? Is Stefanski's out and Zach Taylor out?
I think Kevin's got the best chance to be out, and then I'd probably say Zach Taylor. I think we do this every time Baltimore struggles at all, and every time Baltimore lands on their feet, and even when they don't, Harbaugh keeps his job.
I mean, have you seen Baltimore's schedule? The next 4 games they're winning. They're winning every one of the next 4 games, and I don't know that I have a loss on their schedule for the next 8 weeks. Incredibly easy stretch here up until the final 3 weeks of the season for them.
I think Coach is playing with a hot topic at the moment. I don't know why he went hot topic. I think he's playing with wow, it's conceivable now. I also, by the way, I think the only guy who might be in danger that would surprise you right now is Tomlin, just because if you collapse, that's the kind of scenario that gets head coaches fired or head coaches retired, even in Pittsburgh.
Well, they entered Week 14 of the 2024 season 10-3, and they did collapse. And so I do feel like we've seen this with Tomlin, and we have enough experience to know that he is fully susceptible to having that happen. I think the biggest indictment on Tomlin right now, and you've seen in the past couple weeks, which, by the way, we might need to revisit why the Browns couldn't score at all on this Steelers defense. The Steelers defense, were the top 6 players that are paid on their roster, are all defenders, can't defend anything. That's a real problem. If you're Tomlin and you spend your money that way and you put together the roster, that's Omar Khan, the Khan father, isn't doing the work here. That's Tomlin. He puts together this roster the way Belichick used to put together the roster for the Patriots, and everything you spend on and everything you're supposed to be good at is stinking up the joint right now. That's a reflection of you.
216-474-0092.
Because Rodgers, funny enough, is not the problem, Nick.
I know. And the offense isn't either.
Yeah, I think where you were right in this conversation was the idea that, you said Rodgers would be good in this offense. You said Rodgers would be able to work with Arthur Smith. Rodgers has not been the problem. It's the defense that's been the problem.
216-474-0092. Is every head coach in the AFC North on the hot seat? I would say no. I think that's a little far-fetched, at least at the moment. But Pat McAfee also took a stab at this on his own show.
You never really think an entire division's head coaching staff is potentially going to be changed in one offseason, because somebody has to win the AFC North, which is kind of what you're saying at 9-8. But you look at some of the legends there, like Tomlin's been in the Pittsburgh Steelers a long time. Harbaugh's been with the Baltimore Ravens a long time. Now, obviously, Stefanski's been through it.
Two-time coach of the year.
Yeah, like 4 or 5 different eras of the Cleveland Browns. And to your point, 2-time coach of the year. And then Zach Taylor with the Bengals. There's at the beginning, this guy's a doofus. Then he goes to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
With Cincinnati Bengals, this guy's a king. And now everybody's kind of cooled off. All the fan bases have cooled off basically on all of these coaches. And I don't know how loud and how long that can be, but whenever I saw this graphic, that would be wild if the entire AFC North got a new facelift.
In fairness, I think most people still think Zach Taylor's a doofus.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I don't think that's changed at all. I just think that ownership group is incredibly cheap and doesn't want to pay 2 head coaches at once.
Yeah, I mean, their scouting department is a guy in a closet with a computer.
Yeah.
They're incredibly cheap, which partly is why a lot of people think Zach Taylor will keep his job until the contract is through in 2026.
I mean, heck, Marv Lewis probably had his job an extra year or 2 farther than he should have, and I actually tanked him on getting another chance as a head coach, which he should have at some point because he deserved that. I do think, I would go Stefan. Oh, actually, I want to get back to how many wins do you think wins this division? Because I think Arians is way off on 9 wins.
Oh, really? I think nine is where my head was sitting at, to be honest.
I think 11 wins.
11?
Yeah.
I just don't know that the Steelers get to 11. And the Ravens have put themselves in such a hole, but I've said how easy that schedule is for Baltimore going the rest of the way through. Dolphins, Vikings, Browns, into the Jets the next 4 weeks. That's 4 wins easy. Then they got a backup quarterback in Joe Burrow with the Bengals. They have a chance to roll off 5, 6, 7 wins in a row. So maybe the Ravens win it at 9 or 10 wins.
I think Pittsburgh's going to win it. I think Pittsburgh's going to win it at 11 wins because Pittsburgh has the 20th easiest. 20th easiest? Am I saying that? No. Good Lord. They have the 20th ranked strength of schedule remaining. Baltimore, to what you're saying, is the 28th. So they both have a pretty significantly easier road to hoe than, let's say, like Green Bay or Kansas City does. So I think both teams are going to be fine in the long run. I think the defense with Pittsburgh will figure itself out because I think the offense is keeping them buoyant, and I think it's Pittsburgh. I think in the end they'll find out what they do well and what they don't do well and figure it out. So
you would hope they would. They allowed almost 500 yards to Joe Burrow 2 weeks ago. They've allowed 30 points in back-to-back games, and that's where I think a lot of Steelers fans are really getting frustrated with Tomlin. Is that that's where you put all the money. That's where you put all your resources towards that. And how is that what's making you look extremely bad in the process?
I think the Pittsburgh doubt is because they've lost 2 straight games. Never mind the fact that they did just lose to Green Bay in an incredibly competitive game. That was a great game. The Bengals game, by the way, we all agree. But Tomlin sucks on Thursday night. I can in a valid way explain both of their last two losses. And by the way, I can valid excuses or valid reasons for the Ravens and the way they've played recently as well. I have
not having Lamar is the majority of it.
Well, but I have no idea what to do with the Bengals. I don't know. I think it's boom or bust every single week until Joe Burrow comes back. With the Browns, I'm pretty sure I can count on them to be bad. With the other 2 teams, though, I think they're going to figure it out. I think it's actually going to end up being a lot of fun. Okay, fun is the weird word to use because we're in Cleveland, but I think if you're a football fan, I think the fact that Pittsburgh's only a game and a half up on Baltimore means you're going to have a cat and mouse game. I still think Pittsburgh comes out, by the way.
Well, it's Ravens-Steelers week 18. So we have a chance for that week 18 game to actually matter. That'd be a lot of fun.
And you know what we like about that? We like the fact that they don't get to just sit their players. I hate that. As much as everybody wishes people weren't tanking in week 18, it bugs me way more that teams just get to sit their players because, we got to get them ready for the playoffs.
And the cool thing about this is because the AFC North might only be a 9-team, that 9-win team that gets in. It could be you need to win your division or you're not in the playoffs at all. For a week 18 matchup, Like that's just great theater. But as they say in The Gladiator, the crowd is fickle. The crowd right now is fickle in Pittsburgh. They are not pleased with Tomlin, and they've been banging that drum for a couple years now. It'll be interesting to see how long it'll take before they actually see some change.
So let's. I kind of have started to give my rankings away in terms of hot seats in the AFC North. I would go Stefanski, the hottest. Is that fair?
Not even close.
Zach Taylor, second.
Again, not even close in my opinion.
Then where do you go Harbaugh and Tomlin from there?
I think it goes Tomlin and then Harbaugh. Because I think Harbaugh is going to be all right. I think Lamar and company, they're just going to turn it around and they'll be fine, and they're going to end up in. And then I do think there's some concern there if you're Tomlin and the Steelers. Like, how many years in a row can you? Yes, you're a 500 team. Yes, you finish above 500, but you're just one and done in the postseason. Like, it's been a lot of years.
If either organization is silly enough to let go of either of those head coaches, and the Browns don't run to them with an open pocketbook in a yes sir mentality, I don't know what we're doing anymore with the whole football thing. I really don't. Like, I don't think either guy is going to get murked. I think they'll still be here. We'll see about Taylor and Stefanski. But if either, to me, it's right up there with Sean Payton getting fired. It's right up there with Andy Reid getting fired. Like, if a really good head coach gets fired, you have to do everything you can, because if you look at the rest of the coaching market, it is barren out there. Unless you want Mike McCarthy 3.0.
I don't think it's crazy to hear Arians speak the way that he's speaking, though. I don't. And I agree with you. Like, immediately go out there and I'll sign up for Tomlin Tuesdays. We can have him do every bio imaginable of every single player that's ever played in the NFL. I'll listen to it. It'll be fun. It'll be a time. But like, he's that good. You go out and get him if you can. But the conversation, if we did get him, would be instantly, can he actually win a playoff game now?
I think
it's been 9 years.
I think it's more. Can he build a better? If you're starting from square one, can you build a better roster?
Like, for us, I think that would be a step in the positive, the idea that we could just hover around 500 for a long time and get out of the just complete bottom of the basement. I think for us, that would be great. I think where Steelers fans are tired of it is that they just have higher expectations because they've won a lot of Super Bowls and they've played in a lot of Super Bowls in the previous 25 years.
I think the problem is you would give Tomlin his first losing season because there's no way that first year he's winning with you. Right?
Well, you might have to do, and this is where I would caution a lot of hiring that we have, is that you might have to do the Sean Payton, where year one, you're just like, hey, it's not going to be a great year one. It just isn't. It might be fine, but it's not going to, you're not going to knock anyone's socks off in year one. Year two, though, is when you have to get to start to expect some things and some of the fruits of the labor pay off.
Now, what I will say is I would expect either coach in the long run to do better, provided that whatever you do at quarterback in the 2026 draft actually works. But I'll come back to it. I think we've done this for a long time with both head coaches enough. It's like doubting Tom Brady year 12 in New England. At some point, I got sick of looking stupid. And I think it's funny to me that it's the same people peddling, not Bruce Arians and McAfee, but it's the same people speculating about both Harbaugh and Tomlin when it's like, weren't you just doing that last year and 2 years before that and 3 years before that?
They're playing the hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a Beatles song on repeat. We've heard it a lot. We've seen it. Now the Harbaugh one I think is different. I think the Harbaugh part of this is a new wrinkle to the conversation, and Arians takes it a step further and just saying everyone's going to be clean house. That's different. But the
that's
Tomlin,
somebody who's just not recognizing how the NFL works.
Yeah, but the Tomlin convo, that's playing the hits.
Who would you rather have?
Harbaugh in a second. Didn't even have to think twice about it.
Why?
I really do think there's something great about Tomlin, but I do think there's a limit on Tomlin. I also think Tomlin doesn't know what he's doing with quarterbacks. It's a real problem for me. I'm not saying Harbaugh is the greatest quarterback whisperer ever, but I think he's got a real problem with quarterbacks that I'm just not able to get over. I think it gets you to 500, a little bit over 500. I don't know that Tomlin's ever going to come close to sniffing a Super Bowl ever again.
I think it's really wild that John Harbaugh has had an MVP quarterback, a caliber quarterback for the last 3 years and hasn't really sniffed a Super Bowl. I know he got to the AFC title game. That game was close for about 3 quarters, and then it wasn't close. At least with Tomlin, I can go, well, look at what his quarterbacks have been, even if he's the guy, shopping for the groceries. But to not have won a Super Bowl, at least been in a Super Bowl with Lamar to this point, I think is wild.
Because he's the roster constructor. I would just say he doesn't put a premium on the position, the most important position that I would put on it.
Is every head coach in the AFC North on the hot seat? I think that question should be on the hot seat, but if both were available, would you lean Tomlin? Would you lean John Harbaugh? We should ask Ashley Bastock of that. We also have to ask her about a hypothetical Myles Garrett trade in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Cavs former assistant Damon Jones, who were arrested last week on gambling-related charges detailing in 2 separate indictments. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7 o'clock. You can catch the preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Ross Tucker coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We're just having a spirited conversation about Bruce Arians' comments that he believes all AFC North head coaches are on the hot seat. Do you think maybe he just doesn't know what hot seat means?
I think he's been on it enough. He better know what it is.
Why would you mean he's been on it?
Go back to his time even in Pittsburgh as the OC, and then in Arizona.
That's a good head coach.
The man's been on the hot seat enough.
I'll fight you over Bruce Arians, the head coach.
I like Bruce Arians. We're both fans of No Risky, No Biscuit.
Okay, just making sure.
But he's been on it enough to understand what it is.
You know how defensive I get about no risky, no biscuit.
I also think he just likes being a flamethrower.
You don't hate it.
You know what's great about it is that like when we ask people like Albert Breer about like, oh, what are your thoughts on what Bruce Arians had to say? They can't just be like, no, that's just sports radio blabber. It's like, oh, BA, as he calls it. BA, very well connected. So they take it with a little bit more seriousness.
That's also a power move to be able to drop a head coach's initials. Like, oh, me and KS were talking, and I got to say, I can't say what we said, right? Sorry.
Yeah,
confidential.
Me and AB.
Off the record.
And I don't mean Andy Baskin, my friends.
I do mean Andy Baskin if I say AB, because Andy Baskin would actually show up during the bye week.
Oh, have some Senka.
Pew, 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 pew. Little delayed there, Mac, but it's okay.
Sleep at the wheel.
You weren't ready for it, but I know you guys are ready for this. On the Fan Hotline, she joins us every single Wednesday at 3:20. The great Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys. Look, you got an AB talking to you about the Browns. You guys are the winners this week.
I mean, all other ABs are showing up this week. Ashley, Bruce Arians said that every head coach in the AFC North is on the hot seat. If both Tomlin and Harbaugh were fired at the same time and there was a head coaching opening in Cleveland, would you lean Harbaugh or would you lean Tomlin?
Ooh, that is a great and unexpected question, you guys. My initial gut reaction actually says Tomlin, just because I think about how players react to Mike Tomlin. I think players across the league really want to play for him. I think the best thing to come out of that in-season Hard Knocks last year was actually getting to see Mike Tomlin in those meeting rooms and sort of how he operates. And look, I know Steelers fans have their quibbles with Mike Tomlin, but if you told Browns fans, hey, for the last 15 years or whatever, you're not going to have a losing season, I think it's all about perspective, right? So my gut says Mike Tomlin would be who I would be leaning towards.
All right, let's get to your bread and butter, though, and we're talking Browns. Myles Garrett, how likely is it that he gets traded?
0 chance. Absolutely 0, not happening.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there is the opposite of a chance. I'm saying there is a 0% chance. Could there be a -% chance? Because I truly think that's where we're at. And look, my colleague Mary Kay Cabot reported today, this has not even been a discussion amongst the team, which I believe, number one, the cap situation that you would create would be such a nightmare. You would never get out from under it, right? You would be at that point in just full rebuild mode, cap, you know what, for the next handful of years. And in that way, it kind of reminds me, I kept telling people, before the extension, when Myles put out his trade request last February, I'm like, look, monetarily, it's not going to be feasible until post-June 1st. And if you're talking post-June 1st, you're talking no draft compensation for 2025. The deal becomes less valuable. So I think, again, similar position, but worse now with the extension and the cap situation they're already in, obviously, with Deshaun Watson and that deal. So, yeah, I think it's not happening. I think with Myles, The question just needs to be, is he going to be disgruntled enough by the end of the season to request a trade again? Is that something that could happen? But there's no way he's being traded by this football team before the deadline on Tuesday.
Sounds about a 7% chance there, JP. That's what I'm hearing.
All right.
Maybe
AB getting spicy today.
Maybe a 6% chance, 6 or 7% chance. 6-7.
6-7.
By the way, Ashley, are you not hip to the 6-7 bit?
I, barely. In a way that I don't want to be. I was briefed by Mac before that you guys have been talking about this and that it's the word.
Wait, that's what Mac briefed you on?
That is what he briefed me on today, that this was a topic of discussion.
At no point did we were like, we're going to squeeze this into an Ashley Bastock interview.
Yeah. It just organically happened.
It did come up, but I don't know what Mac is telling guests before they come on, and having that window into that being Mac's great insight that's a something.
Hey, Ashley, before you go on, they might talk about murder-suicide. All right, here they go.
They're really on a John Wayne Gacy kick because Jonathan's watching a documentary. He might talk about it. What?
Boy. Wow.
Oh no, that got you a little interested.
I am a true crime fan, so I need to know, is it the Peacock show? Is it a documentary?
No, it's the Peacock show, and it's pretty riveting. It messes with your brain, though. It does mess with your brain, but it's good. Ashley, it's good.
I believe it. I'll take your word for it. I'll consider adding it to my list.
Ashley, Mary Kay was on earlier this week and said Myles might want some more assurances from the Browns, kind of like what he got before he got the $40 million contract. Do we have any idea of what assurances? Is that just more like $5 more million a year, or is it actual insight into what the Browns want to do?
Look, that's a great question. I still constantly think of that clip, when he was with the in-house media talking about how he felt so good about their quarterback plans, right? And for months now, I've been like, what exactly did they tell him? Was it enough to tell him, yeah, we're going to bring Flacco back? And was he just okay, cool. I genuinely don't know. I guess if he was disgruntled enough, you could try to throw more money at the problem. That is my gut feeling. But yeah, I've been operating under the sense of, well, what exactly did they tell him? And then kind of connecting the dots myself and being like, well, $40 million a year would cure a lot of my questions, right? That's kind of how I've always thought about that extension and what they told him. And I mean, truthfully, I think for him it was about hearing hey, we're not actively tearing this whole thing down and tanking. But my kind of thought on that is, well, yeah, if they were doing that, he would be the first one they sent out the door if that had been the case. But that's kind of my thinking on it.
Ashley, what was your take on Shedeur and him going from having the back issue after Friday's practice to then Stefanski saying it popped up on Saturday to then on Sunday afterwards him talking to Mary Kay and you might have been involved in that too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but him making the comment that it wasn't his call to then be inactive for the game. It just feels a little weird to me. What's your read on it?
Yeah, it is a little weird, and I think the thing for me is how much of that weirdness is just this team, I think, is so squirrely about injuries in general. And I think the players, by nature, also get squirrely in talking about injuries. So that, to me, is, the biggest thing, right? I think a lot of times they just get afraid to say anything that may provide some kind of competitive advantage, even in an extreme case like this. Does it provide any kind of advantage to the Patriots to know when exactly Shedeur Sanders' back injury happened? No. We can say that as rational people, but I think in the world of the NFL, everything is just so overprotected when it comes to injuries and what guys are dealing with oftentimes. I mean, we didn't even know Mike Hall's injury until last week, right? And he got hurt in January in the season finale last year. We didn't know that he needed multiple surgeries to fix it. So I think that to me is where the weirdness comes in. And I just wonder how much of it is the way these guys are trained to talk about their injury. But I do agree, there is some weirdness around it, but I think it's that way for most of these guys now, unfortunately, when they're hurt.
Ashley, how many more starts do you think Dillon Gabriel is guaranteed from here?
That's a great question. I would say 2. That's my most conservative guess. We know he's starting against the Jets. Kevin Stefanski said they are sticking with him. So I'll say 2 more for sure. But look, you start turning the football over, that can change things very quickly. We saw it when Joe Flacco was here. But we know they want to see him string some starts together. And that would put him at 5, right? If my math is correct. So that would be stringing some starts together, and you see where you go from there. But that would be my most, I would say that would be the soonest you would see them make a flip. I think there's for sure at least 2 more starts in there.
Are we wrong to assume that Shedeur is up after Dillon, or is there some other wrinkle that could happen?
I think there is some other wrinkle that could happen, right? There are 2 other guys in that room still right now. And again, I know no one wants to have the Deshaun Watson conversation, but what if we come back from this bye week and they're suddenly talking about opening his practice window, right? The reality is they didn't shut Deshaun Watson down for the entire year. We've seen them do that with guys before. Obviously, they did it with JOK this year. They did not do it with Deshaun Watson. And look, this back thing, who knows? An injury just adds a different element to it. Bailey Zappi is there, obviously. Bailey Zappi has started a football game for them, obviously. So, yeah, Shedeur is the backup quarterback when he is healthy. But you can never say never with this team and their quarterbacks. And the fact that there's 2 other guys in there, 2 other veteran guys, that is something to keep in mind for fans, for sure.
Ashley, how do you expect this team to approach the trade deadline coming up next Tuesday?
Yeah, the issue is, and I know fans are going to hate to hear this, I should say, but there's so much wrong with this offense. I don't think they could do everything required to fix it over this week. If I was them, I would be considering trading for a veteran quarterback, because I think that's what you need in that room right now, and to bridge, give some time for Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. I would be trading for a veteran wide receiver that can take some pressure off of Jerry Jeudy and help get this passing going. But I still sit on the side of, I think they're more likely to be buyers because of those things. I would love to see them add a receiver, but I also always caution people, last year it felt like there was more wheeling and dealing at the deadline, but the NFL is not like the NBA. There are not typically a bunch of these deals being made right under the wire. I think a big part of it is still where that trade deadline occurs in the season, not necessarily the Browns this year at 2-6, but a lot of teams, they're still kind of trying to figure out in a lot of ways, where their season is going to go. So I think that makes it harder for teams to just have fire sales. It doesn't necessarily happen that way. So, don't be surprised if it's quiet, I would say, but I still think they're more likely to be buyers at this stage. And if there's a veteran they can get a pick for, I don't know, a Shelby Harris is a guy that comes to mind, right? He played 7 snaps. If his playing time's going to go down because Mike Hall is back now, if he would be open to that, if they could get something for him, that's the kind of guy I think they would move on from. But I still think we're not talking about them moving on from cornerstones of this team, like a David Njoku, for example, whose name continues to kind of get thrown into the rumor mill there.
Ashley, great stuff as always. We appreciate you. You hung in there with the weirdness in the middle of the interview, and that's why we appreciate you every single week here.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay, you made it weird there.
I don't
that
think
was
she thought
not
it was
on
weird.
me.
I don't think she thought it was weird.
The John Wayne Gacy stuff? I don't think that's never not weird to go to a John Wayne Gacy thing.
But she said she was into true crime.
That's still weird.
And she followed it up in the Peacock version, the documentary, or
did I just offend her with
the
that
series. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's Maybe.
I mean, the chat on YouTube says I got heat on Ken, so I got that going on.
Yeah.
Which I still don't. I understand heat, but I don't know what it means if you're getting heat on someone else. So I got that going down, and now apparently I've offended Ashley.
I just think we're just learning more and more about Ashley. She's into true crime in a way that we didn't know. A lot of people are, though. It's a very popular genre. That's why they keep making all of these movies and all these. My wife's obsessed with it. She watches so much true crime, whether it's documentaries, whether it's different series. She can't get enough of this stuff.
It's just funny because your wife is one of the bubbliest human beings in the world, and so is Ashley.
I know. That's I think what makes it so fun is that both really fun people and both like very upbeat, and they just like these really dark subject matters.
We will react to what Ashley had to say about a Myles Garrett trade and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. 5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? Hey, it's Nick Wilson. These are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call Victor's Home Solutions, your new roof.
that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
You are what your record says you are, so we got to own it. That's where we are, but we're excited about the challenge in front of us. Guys will take a breath this week, but then you got 9 games coming up, 5 of them at our place. We're all in.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan. As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Zero chance. Like, absolutely zero. Not happening. Number one, the cap situation that you would create would be such a nightmare. You would, like, never get out from under it, right? You would be at that point in just full rebuild mode, cap, you know what, for the next handful of years. And I think with Myles, the question just needs to be, is he going to be disgruntled enough by the end of the season to request a trade again? Is that something that could happen? But there's no way he's being traded by this football team before the deadline on Tuesday.
Ashley Bastock in the previous segment, I really appreciate her just refusing to say cap hell. I like that.
Oh, really? Because your team curse.
Oh, I am. But I think if it doesn't suit you to curse, or if you don't want to be associated with curse, I'm totally fine if you do as long as it's real. Like Ashley doing that is like a real thing. That's fine.
Yeah, I guess I just don't consider saying hell a curse though. Because I'm not
a
curse
great
guy.
Catholic over there.
I'm not curse guy, but
that
I
problematic elderly neighbor you had growing up. I think she was wrong thinking you could be a priest.
Yeah, well, she knew Jonathan when he say HE double hockey sticks. Yeah. That's when she knew me.
Not now.
Yeah, I was a good boy back then.
Throwing hell here, throwing hell there, throwing hell anywhere.
Yeah. FCC is my guidelines in life, Nick. That's how I work.
Mine's the good Lord.
Oh, really? You're good for that.
Yeah.
No, you're good for that.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, that's good. That's very nice of you. Maybe you should have connected with my 75-year-old at the time next door neighbor.
I don't think I was your type. I was really, a little pudgy.
Really hit it off.
I was a little pudgy. I didn't have that quiet innocence that maybe you exuded.
Oh, but you got such a great connection with the Lord. She would have really embraced you for that.
I don't think that's what she was looking for, Johnny.
Oh, come on. She wanted a different connection?
Yeah, you had a very unique appeal to her. I just think that's fine.
She was just a very nice lady
yes,
that lived next door.
So nice.
That's all she was.
Very tender.
About 75 at the time.
Supple.
She passed away about 95.
And by the way,
good long life.
Was ripe till the end.
She was friends with what turned out to be the Pope now today, like Pope Leo. That Pope.
I bet you she name dropped Johnny Peterlin.
With Pope Leo now. But
let me tell you about my Johnny. That's what she would say.
Actually, she didn't live long enough to see him become Pope, which is kind of the real sadness of it all. Imagine being friends with the Pope and then just knowing he's this big guy in the Chicago Catholic scene and having him over for dinners and all this stuff, but then never seeing him actually become Pope. That's a mind bleep if I've ever heard one.
Yeah. Good. What was her first name?
We called her Mama Pat. Is what we called her.
Yeah, you did.
We called her Mama Pat.
Darn right.
No, stop.
No. I'm saying you're darn right. You did.
Yeah. That was a very motherly nature to herself.
Yeah. There's a whole segment of the internet on that one, John. I called you John. I know.
Because you're being out of pocket is why you called me John. He's like...
I'm simply connecting the dots. You can't tell me of this relationship.
You can't go this out of pocket and say Jonathan. So you made up this fictional character that you're talking to right now that,
I mean, there are some serious undertones here. There's some problematic things that Mama Pat was about. But
I shouldn't have said her name. That's the real problem we had here. This is why I won't tell you my Amish house cleaner's name. It's for this reason.
It's Anya.
No, you said her name is Anya.
Amish.
You said her name is Anya. You're never going to find out her real name.
And then Mama Pat was Anya too.
Oh man.
Oh,
that was a good one. That was a good one.
I should work for the Browns PR staff with jokes like that.
Yeah. I'm sure they'd love if you put out a press release. Andrew Barry. Wanted by his 75-year-old next-door neighbor. More. Let's discuss.
Yeah.
I'd go to that press conference.
I would, too.
I'd listen to what AB has to say about that
They'd
one.
still say nothing, and Andrew wouldn't show up for it.
He would do what I'm trying to do now, which is no comment.
Looking for any way out.
No comment, please.
Yeah.
Although the cool thing about
statute of limitations have run out. Okay,
so the real
it's
fun,
just between friends.
The real fun thing about doing radio in the city that you didn't grow up in is the idea that I can have stories about people like Mama Pat, and it's never like her kid's going to come back and be like, "Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
Why is she even being brought up on the radio?
Yeah.
You're embarrassing to everybody that's ever met you. Like you have to live with those fears if you bring somebody up. Meanwhile, I can just bring up just about anybody, and it just doesn't really matter. I'm never going to hear from anyone.
It's funny. I don't think I do.
You've never heard from anyone that's been like, "Hey, you brought up my mom's name, or you brought up my brother's name, and like, how dare you?" Because the context maybe wasn't the greatest.
I might have. And I think I just went, my bad, and then I just kept moving.
You just didn't care?
Yeah. Well, no. I said my bad. I owned it.
Yeah.
If you own it and say my bad, and then you just don't break stride.
That's just not how life works.
I'm like Michael Myers. You can't catch me. I cannot be caught.
Okay.
Kind of had like a George W. kind of thing. Couldn't be caught. That being said, 0% chance.
Yeah.
But
you want to go into a negative percent chance.
I know, which means there's like a chance. I'm not saying it's a big chance, but you cannot say 0% chance anything with the Cleveland Browns.
Yes.
You just can't.
I liked her confidence to it, but when she was saying it, I thought to myself, "Oh no,
this is how you get clipped.
This is how you get freezing cold takes.
Yep, this is how that happens.
These are the ones that go viral when he does get traded, and then it's like, everyone got caught with their pants down. Oh no."
Now, while that's going on, Ashley also mentioned, all right, maybe Dylan Gabriel's got 2 starts, and what happens if that doesn't go the way maybe Kevin Stefanski wants it to?
I think there is some other wrinkle that could happen, right? There are 2 other guys in that room still right now. And again, I know no one wants to have the Deshaun Watson conversation, but what if we come back from this bye week and they're suddenly talking about opening his practice window, right? I mean, the reality is they didn't shut Deshaun Watson down for the entire year. Seen them do that with guys before. Obviously, they did it with JOK this year. They did not do it with Deshaun Watson. And look, this back thing, who knows? Like, an injury just adds a different element to it. Bailey Zappi is there, obviously. Bailey Zappi has started a football game for them, obviously. So, yeah, like, Shedeur is the backup quarterback when he is healthy, but you can never say never with this team and their quarterbacks. And the fact that there's 2 other guys in there, 2 other veteran guys, that is something to keep in mind for fans, for sure.
It is going to be an incredible moment in Browns history, right? Especially because Andrew Berry won't come out and talk about it because he doesn't do that anymore. It's an organizational. They changed this before the season. They just didn't tell anybody, and they happened to do this in the season that they knew they weren't going to be any good. However, I digress. It is going to be an incredible moment in Browns history when their 3rd-round pick falls flat on his face because he shouldn't have been a 3rd-round pick. He should have been a 6th-round pick. And then they turn it over to the guy that's cost them 3 seasons already. And I think the only logical conclusion is if you go to Deshaun, he'll look just good enough to cost you some games and then get hurt again.
He's going to get hurt. That's the thing. He's a very injured, very broken toy, and I'm fearful of them thinking that's a good idea. Obviously, I want to see Shedeur play. That's no secret there. But there is a world out there that exists where they go Dylan Gabriel, and okay, we stop believing in him, and we don't think Shedeur is ready. And I disagree with this a ton, but they just keep putting the message out there that he's not ready and he's not this, and I can only try to convince them so much. And so I am dying to find out what they do, because it's not a guarantee that they go Dylan into Shedeur the way that everyone thinks that it does.
If in the midst of, at that point, I'm assuming you're maybe 2-7, maybe 2-8. If you're a 2-8 football team and your leadership beyond Kevin Stefanski has just allowed Kevin Stefanski to sway in the breeze and act as a meat shield for an organization that has just done nothing, I mean, just really nothing well over the last 5+ years, and they continue to just kind of laugh in the fan base's face and kind of shirk their responsibility to speak for their own actions beyond, again, Kevin Stefanski, who's just being set up to just be the fall guy in all of this, which I think is just reprehensible after the decisions they've forced upon him. I digress. But if you do that, and then at 2-8, you go to Deshaun Watson, if you think people were pissed this week, talk to me in 2 weeks in that scenario.
Oh, people are going to be mad. The thing I would say is really dumb about it is that you're giving away your chance to basically. Shedeur is your lottery ticket in many ways. Like it might be a scratch off, might be whatever lottery usage they used earlier with Adam Schefter. I don't know, but he's your lottery ticket. Deshaun Watson isn't a lottery ticket. Deshaun Watson is just wasting time. You're not accomplishing anything. Deshaun Watson's not saving anyone's job. Deshaun Watson's not showcasing anything for the future. Shedeur might, and that's where it makes it so patently stupid if they go to Deshaun or really anybody else before Shedeur.
If you do it, I'm just going to laugh when people cancel their season tickets. I'm going to laugh when you try and get them to play a personal seat license for the new stadium. That's like $100,000 for 50-yard line tickets. I'm going to laugh at all that when nobody does that and the Brook Park barn dominium falls on its face. At some point, you have to read the room. Like they've said, well, we brought in guys who are like the city of Cleveland and it didn't lead us anywhere, so it doesn't really matter. Find out. Find out when you bring Deshaun back this year before playing Shedeur, or just at all. Just good luck with that. Good luck with that. Good luck with your PR approach. Good luck with the lottery and all the other things you do.
Well, they can just hide. They don't have to really face the music at all anyway, right?
That's true. I mean, you just go back to Tennessee. You can go to San Diego. Just spend a nice little time. Maybe go down to the Caribbean, right, in the middle of winter, right?
Some parts are nice this time of the year.
That's true. Some parts are. 216-474-0092.
Some parts aren't right now.
If Dylan fails, do you go directly to Shedeur or do you go to Deshaun Watson? Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, talks a Myles Garrett trade. He also talks with us about the Browns' approach to the deadline and the idea of Deshaun before Shedeur in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's easy to point to Daniel Jones when explaining the Colts' 7-1 start, but Jonathan Taylor is Indy's MP and probably the league's as well. The veteran running back already has over 1,000 yards of offense.
Are we positive it can't get even worse?
I don't care.
Because
how you like
because
that?
They make it sound like Shador wouldn't even be able to go out there
Doesn't matter.
and walk to the huddle and then complete the play call.
I want to see what Shador has. I don't care if it's worse, because at least it'll give me some more to get into. Because this isn't offensive football.
The only thing I would say,
it looks like they didn't practice.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else. Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We've got a Adam Schefter report saying no chance Myles Garrett gets traded, but it's the Browns, so you just really never know. Of course, we are day 3 into the bye week, and Andrew Berry cannot be found anywhere. He's on milk cartons across Berea and Northeast Ohio. Where in the world is Andrew Berry? And by the way, where in the world is Paul DePodesta? He's in San Diego, just counting the money that he's made while running an organization that has, I think, a 300 winning percentage with him near the top of it. So with all that going on and the Browns on bye, Wednesday at 4 o'clock means Ross Tucker. We get him every week. We love him every week. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker on the Fan Hotline. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ooh,
pretty good.
Oh, wow. Ross, I hope that was good for you, at least as good as it was for me.
Yeah, I like it. I just appreciate effort, and I like the variety that you brought to the Nationwide table every week. And based on what I just heard you say about Andrew Berry and DePodesta and the Browns, sounds like it's going to be another fun interview this week.
I'm so ready for it. I hope you are too. So Myles Garrett was not happy in the loss this weekend, slammed his helmet down, sat on the bench. Our very own Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com was on the station, said that I think Myles might want some more assurances at the end of the season, that the Browns are going to try and start winning real quick. If you were the Browns, I know he just asked for a trade 9 months ago and you paid him. Would you consider trading Myles Garrett if this thing turned into a prolonged rebuild?
I don't think so. I mean, look, I'd consider anything. But number one, because of the cap space and because of other teams, I just don't think you typically get the same return on investment with an in-season trade as you would in the offseason. So do I think it's something they should potentially consider in March, like right before free agency, or at the draft? Maybe. Maybe, because that's when you get the multiple first-round picks. It feels like you get better compensation then. Although, obviously, the Cowboys got good compensation from Micah Parsons, I would say not enough. I would tell you that if the Cowboys had done that trade earlier, that they would have done a lot better than what they got from Micah Parsons. So that's an off-season thing in my mind. But they already have a bunch of draft choices next off-season and a couple first-round picks. And I feel pretty confident that they're going to have to show some real progress next year. Andrew Berry and Stefanski, if they're even still there, which I suspect they will be, I think they're going to have to show some real progress next year. And I don't see how moving on from Myles helps you do that. That's the thing I don't really understand sometimes about some of the folks I talk to in Cleveland. It's like, on the one hand, there's all this frustration and consternation with the team's record last year and this year. And then on the other hand, a lot of people want to trade Myles and get draft picks and rebuild. I guess my question is, which one is it? Do you want to win more games now, or do you want to trade Myles and just totally start from scratch?
Yeah, I think the puzzling part for a lot of people here, Ross, is the idea that they haven't won a lot of games, but they've never given us the impression, like at least 1-31, they were very obvious about what they were trying to do. Last year, they made every attempt to try to win, and this year it also felt like to everyone that they were making every attempt to try to win as well. And we just kind of get stuck in this limbo territory with this team constantly, and it's almost like we just want them to choose a lane and actually dedicate themselves to it over anything else, and they just refuse to do that.
Well, so that's interesting because I thought it was very clear with their off-season moves, and in particular the Travis Hunter trade, that they did not have high expectations for this year and that they were gearing up more for 2026. I mean, they scrimmaged the Eagles, and I called that preseason game, and I was at the practice, and I don't know. I mean, even just people that are around the Browns that I spoke to kind of felt like if things really went well, that they would win maybe 7 games this year. I mean, that's the thing that, listen, I was once a fan. My family and friends, they're fans. Like, I totally get it. But what I would ask you guys and everybody listening is, what did you think was going to happen this year? I mean, from my perspective, okay, not a Browns fan, just someone that calls their games sometimes and follows them because I'm on with you guys every week. What's going on with the Browns so far this year is pretty much what I expected. I mean, what are they, 2-5? I would have thought that would be their record. Maybe if things went well, they'd be 3-4.
Yeah,
I would have told you that Flacco would start a handful of games, and then they would go to Gabriel, and then at some point, unless Gabriel played really well, they would go to Shador, and they would finish with somewhere between 4 or 5, maybe 6 if things went really well, wins, and they'd have probably 2 top 10 picks, and they would draft a quarterback really high, and that quarterback would be surrounded by a bunch of good rookies. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, they're not going to come out and say we're not trying to win, because they are trying to win, and they're not going to come out and say we're rebuilding. But when you trade down in a draft to get a first-round pick the following year, that's all you need to show. I mean, as soon as you trade down in this year's first round to pick up a first-round pick next year, that's like a huge sign that says we are building this for the long term. We're not all in to try to win this year.
Yeah, and so I think so. Nick saw it that way. I saw it that way. Nick said 3 or 4 wins before the season got underway. I said
3-win Wilson, baby.
I said 6 wins. You talk to us every single week. I think we've given you the impression that this is not. It's not a surprise to us, but there's many people in the media. There's people on the station that said they were going to win 8 to 9 games, and so I think that's where some of the mixed messages from when you talk to other people in Cleveland come from. Is that it wasn't just universal across the board. Hey, this is what they're doing. It was definitely a belief among some fans, whether it was wrong, and it seems like it was wrong, that this team could be an 8 or 9 win team, and they were in fact trying to win games, and they were in fact trying to do stuff. Where when they went 1-31 over 2 years, Ross, they did come out and say they weren't going to try to win. We had it in Hugh Jackson's contract that he got bonuses for the amount of losses that he got. They were very apparent about the losing,
and they've also gotten blown out in 4 of the 8 games. I think that might be what driving. It's not like they're close losses. Half the games have been not even close to competitive.
Okay, so Nick, you thought they'd win 3 games, but your frustration is that when they lose, you want them to lose closer.
I do want that. You're kind of mocking me, but do I think they should be more competitive early in the season? Because if you're getting blown out in 4 of your 8 games in the first half of the season, I don't know that I want to know what December looks like.
But there's a really good chance, Nick, they're going to win more games than you thought they would win. And yet your argument is that when they lose, okay, let's say they win 4 games or 5. When they lose, I don't care that they win a game or 2 more than I thought they would. I just want their losses to be closer.
I don't care about the win total. I care about the competitiveness at large. So, whether they're a 3-win team or a 5-win team, neither of those things is a success.
No kidding. Nobody's saying it is.
I don't know what we're doing.
Listen, I mean, I don't know what you guys want me to say. I think sometimes I feel like people are talking out of both sides of their mouth. They were competitive for the first half against the Patriots, and if Gabriel didn't have a couple really bad interceptions, they probably would have been competitive the whole game. But he did,
Ross, do you think it's a talent issue or a coaching issue with the Browns?
Primarily talent. I mean, they are bottom 5, maybe bottom 3. I mean, I don't know, maybe bottom 1 at by far the most important position in the sport, which is quarterback. So if you're bottom 5 at the quarterback position, you already have almost no chance to be one of the 25 best teams in the NFL. So think about it right there. Let's start with that.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're bottom 5, maybe bottom 3 at wide receiver, which is really not good when you have bottom 3 or bottom whatever at quarterback. I mean, in a passing league, to be bottom 3 at both quarterback and receiver is not a recipe for success. The offensive line is not what it used to be. The offensive line was the biggest reason, I thought, for their success in 2020, 2023. Those guys are not what they used to be. They're not in the top half of the league. They're pretty clearly, I would say, in the bottom half of the league, especially with the injuries they've had. So then your two best offensive position groups, running back and tight end, 3 of those 4 guys are rookies, of the guys that really get playing time, or at least should at those spots, are rookies, which, I think it is a talent perspective, but I also think that's probably why Andrew Berry having this great draft this year was probably just in the nick of time for him. Probably perfect timing, because it's kind of hard if you're the owner and you made this move to trade down and get another first-round pick next year, and you have these extra picks. Do you want to get rid of the GM that just had one of the best drafts in franchise history? I don't know. I mean, I would be nervous about doing that. They might do it, but I'd be nervous about that. I would want to keep rolling with that guy that just drafted Judkins and Schlesinger and Fannin and these guys.
Would you mentioned bottom 1 as far as quarterback is concerned, then would you make the move to Shedeur coming out of the bye to take on the Jets?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, listen, I don't feel like Gabriel's been that bad. I thought the Patriots game was his worst game, and I thought the turnovers were not good. And that's the one thing I thought was good about him, is that he knew what was going on, smart kid, protect the football, get the ball out quick, and that was not the case. I mean, the deep interception, that's not a throw you can make, and that's not something that he had exhibited previously. So it's kind of like the conversation we had about Flacco earlier in the year. If Flacco's going to be giving them a chance to win games, then leave him out there. But if Flacco's going to start turning the football over, then why are you even putting him out there? Well, similar with Gabriel. The difference is he's a rookie. And on the road, he threw a couple picks. Okay. Feels like to me like that's the first time I've really seen that from him. I felt like in a lot of the other games, certainly the Vikings game and obviously the Dolphins game, he did give them a chance to win. So I'm not moving on from him after 4 games. I mean, there's 9 games left. I would let him have the bye. Let him have a bad game against the Patriots. Gosh, I mean, I'm doing the Titans game on Sunday for CBS. Cam Ward's had a turnover in every game. He's had a bunch of bad games, but he's the number 1 overall pick, and he's got a lot of physical ability, so everybody just is like, okay, yeah, this is just part of it. But because Gabriel was a 3rd-round pick, he has 1 game with the turnovers, and now it's like, oh, we got to move on to the other guy. I don't agree with that at all. I would give Gabriel at least 2 more games out of the bye, see how they go. So then you'd have 6 games for him. And if it's trending in the right direction, keep rolling with him. If it's trending in the wrong direction, well, then maybe Shedeur does get the final 7 games, which would be a heck of a sample size and a heck of an opportunity for him to show what he can do. And if that's the case, then I'm not going to say that this season would be a success, but I will say that this season will have unfolded almost identically to how I thought it would. If Gabriel gets 6 or 7 games and then Shedeur gets 6 or 7 or whatever, I will tell you that on some level, the season would have gone according to plan. At least according to my plan. Maybe not the Browns' plan, but kind of the plan I saw when the draft unfolded the way it did.
Ross, Bruce Arians said on the Pat McAfee show yesterday he thinks every head coach in the AFC North is on the hot seat. JP and I don't agree with him, but do you agree with Bruce Arians?
Yeah, I do. I actually do. I think if the Ravens really falter, even when Lamar comes back and don't make the playoffs, I think Steve Bisciotti will have some interesting decisions to make. Do I think he'll move on from Harbaugh? Probably not, but I don't think it's 0%. I would say the same for Mike Tomlin. You know, they get out to 4-1 or whatever their record was. Now the defense, which is kind of his baby, is horrendous, and they had an unbelievable advantage to try to win the division with Cleveland being what they are, with Burrow getting hurt, with Lamar Jackson getting hurt. If the Steelers lay an egg the rest of the way and don't make the playoffs, I think that the Rooney family would at least have to consider it. You know, Zach Taylor, I would have said that I thought he had a free pass with Burrow getting hurt, but then when Flacco plays that well and you come out and you lose the next week to the Jets and you fired your D coordinator, who's now the D coordinator of maybe the best team in football, and instead brought in a guy from college who just gave up 500 yards to a team whose owner said the quarterback can't complete a pass that week. That's a bad look for Zach Taylor. So I think he's on the hot seat. And then in Cleveland, you know, you guys know I think Stefanski's a good coach, and I think that if the Browns let him go, that I would not be surprised at all if he became one of these guys that went somewhere else where they had a better quarterback and had success. But, you know, if he's 3-14 last year, and if they go 4-13 this year, definitely on the hot seat. Now, I personally would not fire him. I think I would bring him back, and I think that he and Andrew Berry would both very much be on the hot seat going into 2026 and would need to show some real progress in 2026 to have the jobs in 2027. But, you know, I mean, I know there's a lot of frustration in Cleveland. I get it. They stunk last year. They're not good this year. People want change, and sometimes owners will make changes because the fans want change. And we've talked about that. I mean, Haslam did that a bunch his first few years. I think he rightfully realized that that doesn't really fix anything. It actually usually makes things worse. And that if you have two guys that you feel pretty good about, and I think he does feel pretty good about Barry and Stefanski.
How can you, though? I mean, 6 years in, two playoff berths and one playoff win. How can you feel that confident 6 years in?
Well, I think you look at it and you say it's the best the Browns have been as a franchise in 30 years under these two guys, and that they've actually, you know, 2 playoff bursts in the last 6 years, a road playoff win. The head coach was 2-time Coach of the Year in the NFL. They made a huge, huge bet to try to get a top 5 quarterback that gave them a chance to win the Super Bowl. It failed miserably. And so if you want to fire both those guys because the big bet they made failed, that's okay. I mean, you can do that. I mean, that's how a lot of organizations operate. I actually have a lot of respect for Haslam to realize he thinks he has a pretty good head coach. He thinks he has a pretty darn good GM, and he wants to continue to work with them and think that that gives him a better chance for success in 2026 than cleaning house or bringing in new people.
Ross,
not always popular. I mean, what fans want, okay, is fans are frustrated, and rightfully so, and they just want blood, and they want change, and they don't care what it is. But then you get into being the Titans, okay, which I'm calling their game on Sunday. And what you do then is to appease the fans and the media, you make a major change every year. So you fire the GM, then you fire the coach. Then you fire the GM, then you draft the quarterback number 1 overall. Then you fire the GM, and those teams don't really have success.
But you haven't fired a head coach or a GM in 5+ years. So you'd have to do that over the next 5 years. So I don't know. It's like what organization? Real quick, Ross.
Why would you when you won a road playoff game for the first time?
Yeah,
in
6 years ago.
Years, and then made the playoffs 2 years ago with a 38-year-old quarterback out of nowhere.
What team? What organization would have swung on the Deshaun Watson trade and not fired one or both principal people who made that trade when it failed?
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
When have they ever made a Deshaun Watson type trade?
The Philadelphia Eagles. They haven't made that. You asked the question, which organizations would do something like that and not necessarily fire the guy? I'm telling you, some of the organizations that would do that.
Ross, we got a boogie, buddy. Not because we're going back and forth, but because we got a boogie. We're up against it. But we appreciate you.
Thank you, Ross.
We don't always agree, but we appreciate you, buddy.
Later, dudes.
Later, dudes. That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. It's Halloween, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's all that was. Yeah.
React to it. Ross had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
As the trade deadline in the NFL approaches, there was speculation surrounding Myles Garrett and whether or not the Browns were planning on trading him by Tuesday. However, Adam Schefter's reporting there's no chance the defensive end gets dealt. Mary Kay Cabot later confirmed the report, saying the idea hasn't even been discussed in the building. Some other Browns news, Harold Fannin Jr. has been nominated for Rookie of the Week honors for Week 8. So far this season, the tight end has totaled 38 receptions for 352 yards and 2 touchdowns. Cavs looking to extend their winning streak to 4 games tonight when they face the Celtics in Boston. Sam Merrill has been ruled out for tonight after suffering a hip stinger on Monday. For Boston, Jaylen Brown listed as day-to-day with a hamstring injury, but is probable to play, according to a report from The Athletic. Tip-off from TD Garden is at 7. And some other NBA news, Shams Charania reporting Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups will not be paid while on leave from their teams due to federal charges related to gambling. Rozier and Billups
to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The Browns head into the bye week and all eyes are on Berea. Will changes be made soon? When will Shedeur Sanders get his shot? Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest in Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got Sam Brook House coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. Sumer Sports always does a great job with us. He is a ball knower. He knows ball much like Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL insider, who joined us in the previous segment. And we're gonna play some sound from that in this next segment and a half here. There's a couple things, though.
Yeah.
And I did kind of fire back at Ross when he was kind of mocking the competitiveness part of what I've said. Mm-hmm. And listen, the most competitive 3-14 team in the NFL is a little tongue-in-cheek. But I think I was just told the stat that 14 of the last 20 games for the Browns have been losses of 13 points or more.
That's a staggering number.
Yeah. That's not...
While also scoring 15 points a game offensively over the previous two seasons.
That's not the plan. And so you can learn things in competitive losses. Like when we talk about... Because here's the thing. If we extrapolate that over 17 games, if you get blown out, 13 or more points, you get blown out.
Yeah, that's a big number.
In half the games this year, there's no amount of games. You can win 6 games and beat Vegas, and it still will be a massive failure. If you're talking about you cannot learn things while getting boat raced by 3 scores to New England.
Yeah, not everything's Vegas, but I use Vegas as a measuring stick in a lot of ways. But the one stat that I saw that just blew my mind, and I mentioned it going into the game, and then it came true. Browns are now 0 for their last 8 on the road against the spread, and that's the first time a team has done that in 40 years. It speaks to the levels of how boring some of these Sundays have become for a lot of the people out there that are listening to us right now. And you talk about the amount of blowouts that you have right there. Like, this is the entertainment business. By the time you get to the fourth quarter in a lot of these games, you wish you were out there just mowing your lawn or doing anything else.
And I want to make it's 14 out of the 20 losses dating back to last season are 13 point or more losses. Yeah. I want to say that the correct way.
And there are a bunch of other teams that, like the Bears of last year, for instance, part of what they liked about adding Ben Johnson is they had a lot of one-score losses, and they thought Ben Johnson would be the difference between that. You're losing by 13 points, and in that many amount of these games, you're not even close.
You're going to need to add 2 Johnsons to that list.
Easy now.
Here's the other thing.
What's that equate to?
Here would be the other... I don't think I can answer that question on air. Here's the other thing. At the end there, when I made the point about... Because Ross was talking about, but you can't be the Tennessee Titans. The Browns have been the antithesis of that. They've kept Barry and Stefanski... And the temperature's been relatively low in Cleveland. It's just that once fans get to... I hate when the media does this. I'm sorry. I absolutely hate it. Oh, fans just want their pound of flesh. They've won 5 games in the last 2 years.
Also,
and a league built on parity. This is not normal. Don't normalize this crap.
By the way, he brought up the Eagles as one of the teams that would make sure that they keep their coach through a Deshaun Watson-esque blip and failure. Doug Peterson won the Super Bowl and was out of a job within a few years.
Yeah, 3 years later.
What are we talking about? Like, he won a Super Bowl and was out of a job. Nonetheless, orchestrated the worst trade in NFL history and then was able to keep his job. He won the Super Bowl and was out of his job. What are you talking about?
And the trick question there is, it's a 2-parter. It's how many teams the NFL would make the Deshaun Watson trade. So immediately, Pittsburgh's off the board. Baltimore's off the board. Dallas probably is off the board, right? You got to take a segment of teams that are off the board on that. And then it is, when that trade fails, how many of them would keep the principal players that made that trade happen? And I'll answer it. It's 0. Pittsburgh never would have made that trade, and even if they did, that's the exact kind of thing that would have actually gotten somebody fired in Pittsburgh.
The DK Metcalf trade was astonishing out of Pittsburgh because people are like, they don't make these trades. 50 years of watching Steelers football, they don't make these trades. So they never would have made that trade to begin with anyway. But everyone's got a limit on this stuff. But the Eagles, wrong example to bring to the table. And I can't even say the Steelers if they would have made the trade with certainty, because there's just no coming back from this.
I listen. I believe that Ross believes everything he says. One of my favorite things about Ross is he doesn't care if his opinion is popular. He says it. We've had Ross on.
Yeah, we like Ross.
Since I've gone back to Nights. I know you had him on when you were at Nights.
Yep.
The whole station, whole town loves Ross Tucker. I cannot normalize this. Cannot.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to get comfortable with it. I'm not going to get to a point where it's like, well, this is all part of the plan. No. The devil is in the details. And if you're not competitive in the early part of your schedule, you didn't just get blown out by the 85 Bears. You got blown out by a really nice young quarterback and a great head coach, but a team that has plenty of holes that you just couldn't exploit. And if you want to say Dylan Gabriel, I don't think he's played that bad. I think you're wrong, but you can say that. But you cannot look at this and go, well, this is how it was supposed to go. Or if they simply get a win or two more than 3-win Wilson suggested, suddenly the losses and how they look don't matter. You can't. Ross isn't as close to it as us, and I understand that. You just can't.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting the amount of national people that have now gone back to the idea of, we always had this team stinking, as if that was the foregone conclusion. We had enough people saying otherwise. So, yeah, we both thought they would stink, relatively speaking, but how many names can I list off of people in the media that were saying 8 or 9 wins for this team? Like, they've not chosen a lane in the way that I think a lot of national people think that they did.
And here's the thing. There's one other thing that Ross did, and Ross compared Stefanski and Barry, right, to previous iterations of the Browns. And my response is, I want more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right? They've stabilized this. I give them credit for stabilizing this. That is an achievement I didn't know was possible when Stefanski and Barry came in. Kudos to that. You weathered the storm for long enough to stabilize it. But once you get to a point,
it's not really even stabilized now, though.
Yeah, well, no. What I mean is,
we were stabilized, but now we're back into the whirlwind.
You were the Tennessee Titans, going through a head coach and a GM every single offseason. You're no longer that. Okay, now we go to results. And I'm not comparing them against Pat Shurmur, Mike Pettin, Hugh Jackson, Romeo Crennel. No, I'm comparing them to the rest of the NFL in a league where parity says every other year you got a chance of being good.
Right, but when you win 6 games over 2 years, which might happen, might be 6 or 7 games, you get to go back into the conversations of the Hugh Jacksons and the Pettins and everybody else. Like, the results are in that world of bad Browns coaches. That's the most confusing part about all this. They're acting as if Stefanski and Barry have given you 7, 8, 9 win seasons and have just barely gotten robbed of getting out of the postseason every year, and it's just not true.
So if the comment section here is to be believed, I think Jim in Strongsville, 216-474-0092 is going to add to this conversation. Jim, welcome to the show.
I mean, you guys pretty much said it all the way that I would have said it. I mean, the idea that, it's the best we've had since they came back. Well, what does that even mean? We've had garbage since they came back. Like, what? We're supposed to lower our standards? The lowly Browns fans. This is the best you've had, you peasants. What is that? And I just don't understand the thinking, this idea, and I'm disagreeing with Ross also. He's like, well, Dylan Gabriel was... Look, there's a reason why first-rounders are different than third-rounders. It's the level of talent. That's why first-rounders get a longer string, because the talent level indicates that they have first-round talent. Dylan Gabriel doesn't. That's why you don't give a third-round pick the same length of string you give to a first-round pick. There were so many things there that I just don't understand. These guys have been here 6 years. It's not like I'm not a lunatic. I'm not running around trying to fire somebody because I want my pound of flesh. I want them to win football games, and these guys have been here 6 years and haven't won a football game. And the other thing is, I want to go back to look, you can take 2020 and throw it out the window. You know why? I don't count the Lakers, their championship. 2020 was such a weird year to use that in any measurement of somebody's success is bizarre. And lastly, I agree with you guys on the Eagles. Like you said, the Eagles. The Eagles also fired Andy Reid. I mean, come on. What are we all of a sudden now? The Browns, that's what bad organizations do. Yes, show me the good organization that's kept people around with the results these guys have had for 6 years. And if you're going to start next year with them already on the hot seat, then what are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? If they have to make major improvements next year to stick around, what are we even talking about? We're going to be in the same position where they get 3-4 games into the year, and we're going to be talking about firing these two again. Please, I cannot watch, rinse, and redo any longer.
Jim, strong stuff there. That's the best Jim call we've had in a hot minute. Well, you know what? Golf clap for Jim.
Just a golf clap. No, let's not go crazy now. Just a golf clap.
That was a little too loud there.
Come on,
216-474-0092. Of what we have spoken about, that Ross spoke about, what do you agree with? What do you disagree with? We'll play some of Ross's sound coming back in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Horowitz here from Westwood One. Be sure to join me along with Derek Rackley for Thursday Night Football from Miami, when Tua Tagovailoa and the Dolphins host the Baltimore Ravens. Both have had a disappointing start to the season, but both coming off big wins and looking to get back-to-back W's. Don't miss it. The Ravens and the Dolphins on Thursday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland is Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
To appease the fans and the media, you make a major change every year. So you fire the GM, then you fire the coach. Then you fire the GM, then you draft the quarterback number 1 overall. Then you fire the GM, and those teams don't really have success.
But you haven't fired a head coach or a GM in 5+ years. So you'd have to do that over the next 5 years. So I don't know. It's like what organization? Real quick, Ross.
When you won a road playoff game for the first time, in
6 years ago,
years, and then made the playoffs 2 years ago with a 38-year-old quarterback out of nowhere.
What team? What organization would have swung on the Deshaun Watson trade and not fired one or both principal people who made that trade when it failed?
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
When have they ever made a Deshaun Watson type trade?
The Philadelphia Eagles. They haven't made that. You asked the question, which organizations would do something like that and not necessarily fire the guy? I'm telling you, some of the organizations that would do that.
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, are back and forth. And the funny thing is that we can have the conversation. I know Ross talked about this as well. We asked him, like, is this the coaching or the talent? And the reality is it's at least a bit of both. It just depends on whether you lean 60% talent or 60% the coach. Which way you lean, I think I definitely have arrived at the fact that I'm not going to shed any tears if Andrew Berry, and it's not just Andrew, because I think if you just got rid of like that, to me, scapegoatism. No. You have a massive problem here. Paul DePodesta has his hand in all the cookie jars, and he should have his hand in none of them. So and now I do want a sacrificial lamb, the highest level analytics member, those two gone, and then Andrew Berry. Kevin Stefanski, I'll haggle with you on Kevin Stefanski, because he has been treated, and I can't believe I'm actually coming around to this side of things.
It sounds like a defensive Stefanski that's about to happen
like
here.
This idea of him as a meat shield this year is ridiculous. He didn't draft Dylan Gabriel, because I think he had a hand in that.
Yeah.
He's not the guy that put together a quarterback room of Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders, and then traded half of those guys by week 5. He's not the guy who decided to take the long route. Well, again, smart trade if you can make it work out, but trading Travis Hunter and trading out of that and going to the 5th pick. He's not the guy that created. I got to make sure I use the right word there. Created and came up with, not progenited, because that we can't use one word to mean multiple things. Nay. But he's the guy that created, or he's not the guy that created the Deshaun Watson trade.
Is this like the 4th time the morning show has gotten on you for dictionary usage?
I mean, I'm not, you know what? I'm above it. I'm not going to punch down. That's what I'm not going to do. I would not do that.
Where's Nick? What happened to Nick?
I'm just kidding. Bleep those guys. However,
pew, 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 pew,
like,
pew, pew, pew.
I know that Kevin Stefanski can win, or at least win something, or be competitive if you give him players. All right? He's passed at least a couple tests.
Yeah.
Andrew Berry in the first 4 picks of this draft isn't enough to undo all the absolutely cataclysmic roster decisions that he and analytics have made the last 5+ years.
I think they both kind of stink at this point. I think there's nothing exceptional about Kevin Stefanski. I've never believed there's anything exceptional about Andrew Berry.
Strong jawline on Kevin Stefanski.
All right, but from like a coaching standpoint, I've never believed there's anything exceptional about Kevin Stefanski.
He's got great musical taste. This Kevin Stefanski.
I thought you already disagreed with that. I thought you said like his Pearl Jam. Didn't he choose the wrong part of Pearl Jam?
But yeah, he did. but he could have said Pearl Jam sucks, and then it would have been dead to me.
All right. From a coaching standpoint, there's nothing that Stefanski does
Seems
that's
like
exceptional
the
to me.
nicest guy on the planet.
Even sometimes that's debatable.
That's fair.
He seems like an adult. Like that's the big thing for Stefanski. He seems like an adult, but I can't make excuses for any of them. Like they all have their hand in this. They're all responsible for this, and debating over who's responsible more. At this point, it's like arguing over who burnt the house down. The house is burned down. Doesn't really matter at this point.
Well, okay, if one guy just bought the matches and then set the fire, and the other guy just didn't know how to put out the fire, I think it's the first guy's problem.
I mean,
I do think it does matter who's more to blame, because I think that's who should definitively be fired.
So you think? Well, I think they're both have enough of a hand in this. I think it's provable that both of them have done they've at least both held up a matchstick, and whether one of them threw it first and the second one just kind of tossed
maybe the
it on.
second one didn't light.
It doesn't really matter to me. Like we have evidence. The video cameras see them both with matchsticks, and they both have their hand in this. Both Stefanski and Andrew Berry have their hand in why this team is where it is right now, and that's the part where I have a hard time even being like, well, yeah, for certain one has to be fired. When I've said multiple times, they both deserve to lose their job. They're both held responsible here.
So I would not be upset if both guys, and I can't stress this enough, and somebody neutered the analytics division. And when I say neuter, I don't mean 100%. I mean 25%.
You want to turn it into the Bengals scouting department?
Yeah.
It's an open closet and cobwebs?
No. You've got the thing turned up to 11.
Hey, we got a Windows.
Turn analytics down to about a 7.
Yeah.
All right?
Okay.
No longer lead the league in analytics and losses.
It's like a thermostat. We just get to just punch up the numbers.
I just want to make football guys great again. That's all I want to do.
Well, there's a hat.
I want to make them. I got a great color for it too. Yeah. I've been thinking about this one for a while. But no, I'd like bring football guys back. And if, by the way, if you came out of this, because there's plenty, like if you fire everybody, I'll deal with that. Yeah, I can handle that. But if you said Andrew's the guy that came up with Deshaun Watson, somebody's got to take a fall for that. Somebody's got to take a fall for walking into a ready-made, stocked organization and having 2 playoff appearances and 1 win in 6 seasons. I'm okay with Andrew and analytics being it. If you then say, Kevin, who's the football guy you want to work with? If you want to say, if you really think he's Kyle Shanahan,
I don't think it's going to change the offense, though. That's a problem. Is I don't think he's Kyle Shanahan.
I don't either. But if you want to bet on Kevin Stefanski and you're the Haslams, you can do that. If you want to give him his John Lynch, or you want to give him his Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, who by the way was here and then went to Minnesota. Mm-hmm. If you want to give him a football guy that Kevin thinks he can trust, that will draft the right way, I'm okay with it. But that's
I'll
the
support
only way
none of it.
Any one of the 3 can stay.
I'll support none of it. I like that you can support it, but I'll support none of it. I want a fresh start. I'm done with Stefanski. I'm done with Barry. Barry pulling off the DB Cooper impression hasn't helped his stock at all this week for me. I'm good. I want a fresh start.
Well, no, so I'm glad, because I thought Ken said something that he usually agreed with this morning, and he says once you fire a coach, once you get to I want this coach fired, you can't walk it back. I don't agree with it 100%, but I do think once you get there, it is hard to come back from there. I've somewhat come back with it just because there's one guy stepping to the podium every week and actually he's not answering for it, but at least taking questions about what's going on with his team.
Taking questions doesn't absolve you of your job and your ability on Sundays, though. Like
he's done a better job at his job than Andrew Berry has at his job.
He's averaged 15 points a game over the previous 2 years. Like, you're an offensive whiz, supposedly. That's not. I mean, it's as bad as it gets in the NFL. Like Berry has not done a good job at his job, but
I think he's done a worse job. That's more how I look at it.
I think they both have. What was the argument yesterday? It's like running into. You can either run into a brick wall or you can have a bunch of snakes or something like that in the Choose Your Own Adventure book.
I think it was the big rolling rock.
Rolling rock. Is that what that is from Indiana Jones?
Snakes.
Or the pit of snakes?
Yeah,
that's what we're dealing. That's what we're dealing with here. They both suck. Both options are bad. Both options. We're debating the levels of suck here.
Coming to CBS this fall, it's Thought Partners. You're on your own, Kevin. It starts August 5th. I don't think they start shows in August.
Well, yeah,
but I was just riffing.
It's October 29th.
Yeah, maybe mid-season show.
Yeah.
I mean, you get like 2 episodes and get canceled.
You want the ratings boost?
Yeah, but not in Cleveland. You get 9 seasons and you'll like it, Kevin and Andrew.
While having no ratings.
Yeah.
Is that what mini-season? Mini-series?
Yeah,
You tried. I appreciate you trying. You just didn't stick the landing, Mac.
At some point, we can address why you're telling Ashley about 6'7" before we get on the phone call with before we have her on as a guest. At some point, we can do that.
Just not right now. Is this about coaching
like
or
2 minutes
talent? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
It's just stupid.
The intentional
it's
grounding.
Stupid football, and I'm not going to deal with stupid
The
football.
intentional grounding will not get the run that the Orlovsky running out of the back of the end zone did. It should. In many ways, this was worse.
His
Let's
whole
move on with
thought
life.
was to just not get sacked.
my
And
God.
he didn't think about what he was doing. That's high school stuff.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Be the ninth caller right now at 216-474 to below 92 to win a pair of tickets to see Foo Fighters with Queens of the Stone Age August 10th at Huntington Bank Field. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. It's all from Live Nation and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Sam Brook House joining us in 1 hour's time. He is with Sumer Sports. We'll get his take on the state of the Browns at 2-6. So on and so forth. We've had a clarification on the Myles Garrett potential for a trade. That was something today. We've had a Donnybrook with Ross. I don't really think that was a Donnybrook.
No. Well, kinda. It's a little awkward, maybe.
I think maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
'Cause I always try to respectfully disagree.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it doesn't happen.
That's okay. It kind of feels like sometimes Ross was just he just needed to flesh out his Browns thoughts. And we didn't really see eye to eye. And that's all right. That happens sometimes.
He baited me. Let's get to the lead. And when it comes to a Myles Garrett trade, Adam Schefter reported that a source told him people have a better chance of winning the lottery. Oh, man. Those Browns PR guys really can just write a joke. Whew. Yeah. Tear on my eye. Ashley Bastock at Cleveland.com, who joins us at every single Wednesday at 3:20. She joined us then today and agreed that there's no chance that he's getting traded.
Absolutely zero, not happening. Number one, the cap situation that you would create would be such a nightmare. You would never get out from under it, right? You would be at that point in just full rebuild mode, cap, you know what, for the next handful of years. And I think with Myles, the question just needs to be, is he going to be disgruntled enough by the end of the season to request a trade again? Is that something that could happen? But there's no way he's being traded by this football team before the deadline on Tuesday.
Yeah, I do wonder if we're just going to live deja vu, Nick. It's going to be Groundhog Day for us, where we everything we did last February in the radio row, where Myles Garrett went and just told everyone he wants to be on a winning team with a winning quarterback and all that stuff. If it's just going to repeat, and we're just going to be at the end of this season, same spot we were in last year, where Myles is frustrated, he's vocal about it, and then we're all just trying to do cap gymnastics to try to see what the Browns can and can pull off.
All right, so I trust Ashley. I trust Adam Schefter because, at least with Adam, somebody from the Browns texted him this, and the Browns would never lie about this sort of thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like when he said that Brian Callahan's job was safe in Tennessee, and then an hour later he was fired.
But I trust Ashley, and I certainly trust Mary Kay, her counterpart at Cleveland.com.
That's a person I do trust.
Here's the only thing: the Browns, even if they were going to trade Myles, wouldn't come out and announce it.
Right.
If you were the Browns, because here's the thing. Executing this kind of trade in the middle of the season is really, really tough. It's even tougher than it would be in the offseason, which, by the way, it's equally tough then, because there are cap gymnastics. There's a bunch of things that go into it. Finding the right trade partner. Oh, by the way, not tipping off the media. The way the Browns didn't tip off the trade for the number 2 pick, and up until the day of the draft, they said, there's no way we're trading the number 2 pick, something like that. The Browns wouldn't tell you if they were trading Myles. Whether it's now or whether it's going to be this offseason, Myles might be publicizing it at some point. The Browns aren't going to tell you.
Wouldn't common sense just tell you that would devalue the trade value of Myles Garrett?
Yes.
It just makes no sense. And
there's no reason to piss off Browns fans now.
Especially if you don't have a deal in place.
If you don't have something in your hand.
They can always turn around and do the thing that they did with Joe Flacco, which might be true, might not be true, but be like, oh yeah, Cowboys called, offered us a Godfather deal, and then the situation changed.
So it's interesting. On top of the Adam Schefter line there from the Brown sources, people have a better chance of winning the lottery. Turns out Adam reached out again to the Browns, and they said they responded, "Working hard or hardly working." I mean, and then he reached
the right sounder there.
for further clarification, and the Browns responded, "What's cooking? Good looking." It rhymes. It just rhymes. Oh man, those Browns sources, they are pithy.
Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker joined us last hour. He said that the Browns should give Dillon Gabriel at least 2 more starts after the bye week.
Listen, I don't feel like Gabriel's been that bad. I thought the Patriots game was his worst game, and I thought the turnovers were not good, and that's the one thing I thought was good about him. So I'm not moving on from him after 4 games. I mean, there's 9 games left. I would let him have the bye. Let him have a bad game against the Patriots. Gosh, I mean, I'm doing the Titans game on Sunday for CBS. Cam Ward's had a turnover in every game. I would give Gabriel at least 2 more games out of the bye. If it's trending in the wrong direction, well, then maybe Shedeur does get the final 7 games. And if that's the case, I will say that this season will have unfolded almost identically to how I thought it would.
All right, so when it comes to Dillon, it is trending in the wrong direction. 2 of the last 3 games have been, I would say, borderline unplayable. Now, to what I agree with Ross, I do think Dillon's getting at least the next 2 games. I think he would have to be really bad against the Jets, and it's going to be tough to be really bad against the Jets for him to not get that extra game. I think he's getting the next 2 games, and then we'll see.
Yeah, I think he's getting the Jets game, and we're just have to go. I'm going to go week by week with him. But again, they think of him way differently than I've thought about him the entire time. I'd love to give you some great big analysis about what I think is going to happen or what should happen. But if we were playing that game, we never would have started Dillon Gabriel to begin with. So I see differently than they do on this. If they really think that there's something awesome there with him, then yeah, he's probably going to have more than 4 or 5 games to go ahead and showcase that.
So I think Adam Schefter just tweeted again.
Oh, yeah? Did he say
Brown sources said, I used to have facial hair, but then it grew on me.
Did you Google bad dad jokes or
These are from the Browns. They're not from
water cooler jokes?
I'm not a jokey guy. I'm not funny. All right. So the Browns PR. Woo doggy, they're funny. That dog will hunt. Also, the Brown sources. Why did the bicycle fall over? Because it was too tired. Mwah, mwah. Those Brown sources, man.
You Googled jokes, didn't you?
When does a dad joke become...
He Googled jokes.
Or when does a joke become a dad joke?
Yeah, when's that?
When it becomes apparent. They're so funny over there.
I like it that I haven't laughed at... That was the one that got me the most. It's a good sign for me, though, that I haven't laughed at any of the 6 you've lobbed in my direction.
What did the Buffalo say to his son on the first day of school?
Oh, man, I'm going to laugh at this one. All right, what is it?
Bison. Bison. Oh!
You see, you want your ratio to be 25% of dad jokes. You're you're in on it, you're not in on it. 36, I'll laugh at less than maybe I will at 46.
What do you call a fish with no eyes? A fish. Because it doesn't have an eye in it.
Was it ChatGPT or a dedicated website?
Just AI overview on Google and the Browns PR.
I like to know who to blame. AI overview. We can work on those.
More from Ross Tucker as we asked him if he agrees with Bruce Arians that every head coach in the AFC North is on the hot seat.
I actually do. I think if the Ravens really falter, even when Lamar comes back and don't make the playoff, I think Steve Bisciotti will have some interesting decisions to make. Do I think he'll move on from Harbaugh? Probably not, but I don't think it's 0%. I would say the same for Mike Tomlin. If the Steelers lay an egg the rest of the way and don't make the playoffs, I think that the Rooney family would at least have to consider it. Zach Taylor, I would have said that I thought he had a free pass with Burrow getting hurt, but then when Flacco plays that well and you come out and you lose the next week to the Jets, that's a bad look for Zach Taylor. So I think he's on the hot seat. And then in Cleveland, you guys know I think Stefanski's a good coach. If he's 3-14 last year, and if they go 4-13 this year, definitely on the hot seat.
Zach Taylor does nothing for me in him getting fired, mainly because I don't think he's going to be a head coach in his next stop. I think he's one and done. Or if he does become a head coach, it's to a place like the Titans or something like that, where it's just he's basically dead man walking on arrival, and it is what it is. But are the Tomlin and Harbaugh firings, if they happen, Nick, are they both too good at their jobs for us to even be in contention? Now, there's a Larry David spite store thing at play here that we would have.
Yeah, Tomlin would love if he doesn't.
It's the only thing I can really hang my hat on is that idea. It's the Larry David coffee store. Like you might get the spite side of him to be like, fine, I'll go to Cleveland and I'll just dominate the Steelers for the next 20 years. That might happen, but are we in play for either of them anyway?
Probably not Tomlin. Maybe Harbaugh.
Oh, we're gonna maybe on Harbaugh.
I think Tomlin doesn't like how Cleveland's operated around analytics. I think Harbaugh's more familiar with that in Baltimore. And I think if you said, John, it kind of like what happened with Jim in LA. Hey, who's your GM? You name the GM, and then we go from there. I think he might do it.
I saw a lot of money. I saw a Michigan Reddit board the other day suggesting that Harbaugh should then go leave to Michigan. And then they just offer him the bag, and he ends up coaching the Wolverines. That'd be kind of fun. That'd be a fun follow-up. I think he's an NFL coach more than he is a college coach, though.
Little update here.
Yeah? Did the Browns just do another update?
No.
No, we have an actual update.
No.
Okay, all right.
So Ross sent me a screen grab of two people tweeting him saying, best interview on Cleveland radio in a long time, some level-headed speaking about the Browns, and another guy saying, listening here in Cleveland, agreeing with you. And then he tweeted it, while saying, can you guys pitch in because I'm dying here because nobody else is saying that to him. Everybody else is saying the opposite.
I only saw the negative ones. I don't know. I thought he only sent you the positive ones.
He did.
And then it was going to be like, this is the only thing I got. Like, I'm awesome. This went really well for me. Meanwhile, I saw a lot of the others. So the other commentary.
That's all he sent me.
Saw a lot of the other commentary.
And I thought he was like baiting me. And then I saw his social media thing, which was the acknowledgement that there are two people agreeing with him and everybody else is saying, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. Okay, good. He did it right on the right spot where he is.
Well done.
Yeah.
That's why we love Ross. One of the many reasons.
Although now I feel bad, though, because one of the comments is Peterlin's face is hilarious when he says, I don't think Gabriel's been that bad.
Okay.
I definitely hit him with a, what are you talking about face?
I've had to say this.
I really try hard not to do that.
I've had to say this to Vanessa for 18 years now. I cannot control what happens to my face if you say something that I don't agree with. It has a mind of its own. Whatever I'm thinking is usually written right across my forehead. I have an honest face. It's ugly.
Well, so,
all right?
Yeah, but what happened there was
problematic on a lot of fronts. But it does not tell a lie like Abe Lincoln.
He just really caught me off guard because 30 seconds prior to the clip that he commented on, he was telling us how Dylan Gabriel's the worst quarterback in the sport right now. Like, dead last. Like, there's nobody else that's worse than him. And then he said, well, Dylan hasn't been that bad. And then you see my face have that little wrinkle that it does when I'm just very confused as to what's happening.
What does a baby computer call his father? Data. He's a tiny little guy. After an unsuccessful harvest, why did the farmer decide to try a career in music?
Why is that?
Because he had a ton of sick beats.
That was kind of fun. Yeah, 1 out of 4. It's a good number for me to be living in the 1 out of 4 is getting me ratio.
My friend was showing me his tool shed and pointed to a ladder. That's my step ladder, he said. I never knew my real ladder.
That's an Anthony Allant joke.
Why is it so cheap to throw a party at a haunted house?
Yeah, why is that?
Because the ghosts bring all the booze. Like alcohol.
Yeah.
Ooh, those brown sources, they get you every time. All right, that was the lead. When we come back, the potential face of the Browns organization in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. 5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? And it's Nick Wilson here for my friends at Victor's Home Solutions. These are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call Victor's Home Solutions,
sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves. Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
The bye week is here, and the Browns are searching for answers. Which domino will fall first? The most sports talk in the CLE. 92.3 The Fan.
Afternoon drive. Nick and JP with you. We've got Sam Brook House coming up in roughly 40 minutes here. But I thought there was an interesting point today, and it's about the Browns and just basically how much the quarterback would make a difference. And Zach Jackson was on with the Morning Boys. If you missed it, it was a great interview. Great job by the Morning Boys. Great job by Zach. And he basically made the comparison while we're watching Dillon Gabriel stink in this offense. His comparison was essentially that Drake May wouldn't look good in it, and then that kind of led to this conversation about Shedeur.
Shedeur Sanders has been active for 3 games. They went through a whole summer with not only a multiple-person quarterback competition, but one that had more twists and turns than anybody anticipated, and they wouldn't give him a single rep in practice in August with number 1. Kevin just said on the record last week, we are not giving him any reps. He's the backup quarterback of the team, and we're not giving him any reps in practice, not 3, over the course of 3 practices during the week. So they're telling us, and again, people can get mad at his handling of everything, right? But they're telling us that he's not ready and he's not in the plans. And to the Shedeur people who continually inundate me and everybody and listen, what chance do you think that he has with this offense? If the Browns acquired Drake May next Tuesday, what chance would he have going out there with Jerry Jeudy, Isaiah Bond, this offensive line? Let's get past Thanksgiving-ish and let's see.
So I think a lot of what Zach had to say was very fair. Now, I do think, I think Lima has always been skewed a little, I don't say anti-Shedeur, but a little bit more skeptical of Shedeur.
Well, now he's just tweeting out the third or the final preseason game clips. Yeah. Did he not like that Deion Sanders Jr. came after him last night?
I mean, I think that's
what happened there.
I do think a fair segment of Cleveland media is getting frustrated with the Shedeur folks. I'm not. You can call me whatever you want. I know, again, I've not been that critical of Shedeur. It was more when I didn't think he was going to be the number 2 pick and shouldn't have been. That was more, but I understand it. I mean, the Shedeur folks are a lot. It is a lot. It is a lot. But at the same point, I guess my thing is, it's tough for me to look at this and go, well, Dillon Gabriel's not good at this. The franchise starting quarterback of the New England Patriots, and franchise quarterbacks tend to make everything better. It wouldn't look any different with that, or it might not be substantially better. That's the one where I struggle to get on the same wavelength as Zach.
Well, so someone like Drake May, for instance, I mean, you're human concealer is what you are. You are going to clean up a lot of mistakes, and you're going to make people like Stephon Diggs, for instance, who not many people had much of a thought of entering this season. All of a sudden, Stephon Diggs is having this great year. Look at the amount of 5th, 6th round picks we watched over the weekend play for the Patriots and be substantial in that game. It's littered everywhere. And yes, they have a lot of misses in their draft history, but there's some guys out there that people left for dead that all of a sudden are having really good seasons, and it's because Drake May makes everyone better around you. And so I do think there's the idea that if you have a good enough quarterback, he's going to make the people around him that much better.
Yeah, and I think that, okay, I qualified it when we talked about Drake May. And the difference between what you saw with Drake May on Sunday and the difference of what you saw with Dillon. Dillon has to do every single thing right, because if one of those things goes wrong, for instance, an interception or a missed touchdown, he doesn't have the physical talent to overcome that going wrong. And whereas Drake May was not flawless earlier in that game, he left some points on the board in the first half.
Had one of the worst interceptions I think we've ever seen.
And yet, with a flick of the wrist, was able to turn, a 9-7 or something like that game into just a three-score win by New England. That's the difference. That is why, inevitably, I think if you put Drake May on this team, I think you're 500 right now.
Oh, I mean, definitely. I mean, and again, just think about some of the different players that are on this roster that the football world has left for dead. How many times have we left Austin Hooper for dead? And he's making actual plays for the Patriots. A guy that was on this roster years ago, and we already at that point were like, oh yeah, he can't play. That guy stinks. Like, and he's making plays in New England. Like the quarterbacks clean up a lot of the mistakes. Is it a perfect situation for Shedeur? No, of course it wouldn't be. But I'm not going to use that as an excuse. I think he's a good enough talent. I think he's going to make a lot of the players around him that much better, and I think it's going to show.
Well, and I think, listen, that doesn't mean that if you get a franchise caliber quarterback next year, all of a sudden everything's going to be better, because it takes time for those guys to get where you need them to get.
For sure.
But at the same point, it might mean, 2 years from now, you're where you want to be, kind of like the Patriots are 2 years into Drake May.
Well, that's the ongoing NFL discussion right now across the board. Is like, are you going to get a guy like Jaden Daniels or C.J. Stroud where you catch a comet, as Albert calls it, and right away they just seem to be awesome? Or is someone like Drake May, even though it's year 2 and it looks like he's showing off some of this, they treat him more like a Josh Allen type project where it took a couple years and then he really exploded? And I find that to be very interesting. It's actually a debate people are having right now around Caleb Williams. Is like, which track is he actually going to take? And you just hope they catch on eventually. But if you're going to choose the second option, then you do have to give these guys more time.
216-474-0092. How good would a great quarterback be with this roster? I don't think Drake May's really working with much. I mean, Boutte was a bust before this year.
Yeah.
You mentioned Austin Hooper. I'm so glad.
By the way, he was a 6th-round pick, by the way.
Hunter Henry was a guy that was a bit of a bust. Not a bust, sorry. He's old and injury prone.
I mean, he's 31 years old.
And so,
Hunter Henry. Oh, yeah, he's old.
If I'm just talking about that way with like a Drake May or a Jaden Daniels, imagine what this would be like if there was a truly great quarterback here. And the reason why it matters is, I understand that Joe Flacco looking better in Cincinnati has a lot of people, and rightfully so. Joe's looked better than even I thought he would look in Cincinnati with 2 elite weapons. And so I understand if you go, well, if he looks that much better in this context, can't Dillon look better in a better context? Of course. I think the problem is Dillon is so limited, and the thing that he's supposed to do, he's not doing. The supercomputer is not computing in a super way.
Mm-hmm.
That this idea that we then transfer that to Shedeur, that's what I think is the reach. Of guys, I don't know. Listen, I don't know how good Shedeur is going to be. I don't know how he looks in practice. All of those things are fair to say.
Right, we don't know.
But if I talk about physically, what quarterback has a better chance to make up for their mistakes with an elite trait or with playmaking ability? It is Shedeur, and it's never been Dillon.
I always look back on what happened with the Commanders year 1 with Jaden Daniels, not because Jaden Daniels was just awesome, more the idea that on that whole entire roster, offense and defense, Nick, they had 2 Pro Bowlers. That was it, just 2. It was Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. And look at all the other guys around them. And a team that, when they drafted Jaden Daniels, they had really gotten rid of a lot of parts of that defensive line and a lot of the people that everyone thought was talented in preparing for it to be a long battle. And it still might be a long battle in Washington, but the point is, you can have a quarterback that just makes everyone else around you that much better. Dylan Gabriel's not that quarterback. We've seen that through 4 games. He's not that guy. I do think Shedeur, you'll have moments where you'll be like, oh yeah, that's exactly what you wanted with Fannin. And oh yeah, it's showcasing off in not only the run game, but also with Jerry Jeudy, who all of a sudden looks like he can catch a football again. Little things like that just start to happen.
Yeah, and I also think we can just use basic common sense here, that if a physically great quarterback or just a franchise quarterback or a bright young quarterback like Drake May, if that can elevate your roster, then isn't a player where Jerry Jeudy's disappeared since Joe Flacco got benched. There was at least Jeudy was getting thrown the ball and then dropping it.
Yeah.
When Joe Flacco was here.
Yeah.
Right? The only guy that I think to this point whose numbers haven't substantially dropped going from Joe to Dillon is Harold Fannin Jr., and that's because somebody has to be thrown the football.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, in fairness, Harold's getting a 10-yard pass and turning it into a 20-yard play, right? So I continue to come back to like this, the negotiations about Quinshon Judkins and what Quinshon is. It's like, guys, he doesn't have a quarterback. He's got an offensive line that is aging, and he doesn't know what quality of tackle he's going to have in front of him.
Yeah.
And he's doing the thing that I didn't know if he could do it at the big league level, which is he's breaking off big runs more. I don't want to say more often than not, but he's breaking off big runs. I didn't think he had that in him at this level. Like, imagine Quinshon Judkins with a much better quarterback.
Everyone just starts to look better. I found myself in the crossfires of a Chiefs debate earlier in the week, oddly enough, and it was like it was revolving around like basically what is the best skill position players that have ever been on the Chiefs in the Patrick Mahomes era. Skill position players, not just wide receivers, like just straight up skill position players, right? You start at the top, it's Travis Kelce, it's Tyreek Hill, great. You have two awesome players. And then the debate legitimately turned into, is it then Kareem Hunt or Rashee Rice at number 3? Rashee Rice has had what, 1,000-yard season,
and we get to say young Kareem Hunt. Though.
Like, and this is a Hall of Fame career. This is somebody that has already put himself in Canton if he never plays another down, and has multiple Super Bowls, 3 Super Bowls to show for it, an insane number of accomplishments. And Rashee Rice is potentially the 4th best skill position player he's ever had. Like, think about how insane that is, because he just makes everything around him work, and he elevates all these cast-offs and all these other receivers that people have given up on and left for dead. And that's the mark of what somebody like Mahomes, like somebody like Drake May can offer up, and somebody with extreme talent can do for a team.
I also think, and there's one element we haven't really talked about. I also think your defense right now, which is a top 10 defense in almost every major category. I think if this defense wasn't overexposed by being on the field constantly and being put into bad situations with 10 yards to go and in the red zone, I think this defense would be a top 3 defense, because they wouldn't have those very simple drives that other teams have just dunked on you.
They just get gassed. I mean, think about this past week. First half was, I mean that was a close game at halftime, and they just get gassed. They're just done because the offense just goes 3 and out too quick. By the way, just for your own knowledge, we are 17th out of 32 teams in points against on the defensive side of the ball.
Which is not good.
That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good. DVOA likes the Browns defense still, but just the straight up points against metric is not a fan of ours right now.
Now, in fairness.
Because they get gassed.
In fairness, we're football guys, so we knew this. 216-474-0092.
All we need is Coach Riz to say that, and that's all it is. Like, he's already stamped it. Coach Riz also made the point and clarified, football guys don't tell people they're football guys.
Which is why we would never call ourselves
I thought that was
guys.
interesting by him, that he made that point of clarification that football guys don't go around telling people that they're football guys. It's not a thing that football guys do, apparently. So, but Coach Riz did that in the process of calling me a football guy, and so I take that for whatever that's
like
worth.
Telling everybody you're cool if you have to say it.
You're just not that cool.
Not really cool. I've never heard McConaughey be like, I'm cool.
You'd be a lot cooler if you did, though. See how that works?
474-0092.
He's the dictator of cool, but he doesn't call himself cool.
How good would a great quarterback be with this roster? Let's go with Chip. Chip in Richmond Heights. Welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What you got?
Hi, Chip.
I kind of take I don't take exception, but I think where Mr. Jackson is wrong is that, maybe a franchise quarterback would be better or do better in the system, but it's more than just the receivers, and it's the whole offense in general. I mean, Joe Flacco doesn't look better in Cincinnati just because he has 2 great receivers. He looks better because he's able to do what he's always been able to do: throw the ball downfield, work the middle of the field, intermediate. Whereas with Stefanski, it's check down, hitch routes, quick outs, and the defense is able to just sit there and sit on anybody's route. So, somebody like Isaiah Bond, who is a 4-2 guy, what is a 4-2 guy doing running 4-yard outs and hitches? That's not his game. It's not the quarterback's game. And Dylan actually fits that system perfectly, but like you guys said, he's limited to just that. Whereas Dion threw the ball downfield. He was able to work the deep middle of the field. He's more mobile and more willing to run. So, I mean, to say that any quarterback would just fail in this system is kind of short sighted.
Wait, did you call Shador Dion? Is that what happened there?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Shador.
Okay, sorry, you crossed me up for a second. I thought I was going to be missing
Chip,
somebody
we
here.
appreciate
All right, thank
you,
Chip.
buddy. By the way, Radu saying, thought you guys were analytics guys. No, we are not. And in fairness, while football guys do not say they're football guys, analytics guys do say they're analytics guys. Ooh, that tracks. It really does.
Yeah, I married an Ivy Leaguer. I am not an Ivy Leaguer. It's not how that works. Ivy League by proxy is not a thing.
Does she ever just tell you process over results?
No, she oddly enough is extremely humble about it all.
Look at that.
And I always tell her, like, you know what, maybe just bring some Cornell flags or something to work and maybe just remind people constantly that you went to the Ivy Leagues, and she just refuses to do that. She just will not do it. She's very anti-Ivy League of her, to be honest.
This is why...
She needs to swerve a little bit more into that, I always say.
That's why she's a good egg.
She is a good egg.
Right.
Yep, she's a great egg.
How good would a great quarterback be with this roster? I do want to get back to the Quinshon Judkins questions. That's Quinshon Judkins in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The NFL trade deadline is 4 p.m. Tuesday. Stay here for all the latest from Berea and all across the league. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Sam Brook House coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. And we are having conversations about the Browns and what's fixable and whatnot. But Daryl did just send out some screen grabs here from the Browns. And obviously the Brook Park Barndominium, which I love that Daryl calls it that. That the Dome Stadium is on a fast track to getting done, all that stuff. But the Browns recently sent a survey to season ticket holders regarding a PSL program. And some of the screenshots of various price points that basically the Browns are seeking feedback on. And so if you haven't seen those, at Right or Wrong FAN. Now, to start here, before we get to the actual brass tacks.
Yeah.
PSLs really never are a popular thing.
No, it's just getting more money from people.
Yes, and it's funny. I think the one thing I would have liked to see from, whether it's a county, the state, Brook Park, whatever, I would have really liked to see an addendum that if you're going to get $650 million in public money, you can't do PSLs. Because I think they if you're somebody who can afford them, then that's good. I think PSLs early on, that's going to take a lot of people out of the running from going to those games or having season tickets.
I mean, it completely alters everything. Like I talked to Elise's uncle. He shared season tickets with a couple buddies for the Bills games in Buffalo, and they got their new stadium. And then the new PSL price, I think he told me for his seats was like $25,000.
Yeah.
And it's insane. Like, and he had to legitimately, a couple of his friends were like, we can't do this anymore. It just took him completely out, and they had to debate whether the other ones were going to kind of pick up the money and do all this. And this is during the Josh Allen years. Like, this is the good time for Bills football. And it's like, the PSLs are part of the reason why I removed myself from the whole conversation about a new stadium. I was like, you should, if anything, it should come down to a vote of the people that are going to pay the PSLs or won't pay the PSLs, because they're the ones that are going to have to wear the brunt of it.
I think that's why, I think it's a gambit. I think it's wrong. I don't think they should do it. I also think it's a personal decision on whether you want to pay for these or not. Mm-hmm. Like you mentioned, so I want to get to some of the specific prices on this. So a general seat, which is in the main bowl corners, rows 1 through 12. So you get general concessions. So it's not even like a highfalutin thing, right? You don't get like
is this like Loudville version or what?
Yeah, I mean it's they're not the best. There's some of the lesser seats in this new place.
Okay.
Annual ticket price $2,250 per seat. Okay, 9 regular season games, or 8 or 9 regular season games, 2 preseason games. Okay, the one-time PSL, $2,050. That's for bad tickets. Okay, so maybe not the most egregious.
That's not a horrible price, all things considered. It is just sort of a one-time price. It's not the end of the world.
Now, a club seat.
Yeah. Okay.
So in the
these
lower level, so basically between the 30s. So you also get food and beverage, so elevated food and beverage for purchase, concourse club, and the right to purchase parking.
The right to purchase. $200 parking. Congratulations.
I'm going to bless you with the right to purchase.
The right to not take the RTA and park in our lots for $200.
Now, I will say, it doesn't say how much that is going to cost on top of it.
Are people going to be selling parking rights? Is that going to be a thing too?
You got to. If you can make money on this, you should.
Like my sister, she's got a parking spot because her condo has you do a parking spot, but it's like a $30,000 parking spot, and so people will sell the parking spots. That's like part of the deal attached to it, and it's a whole nother operation within the operation.
So the annual ticket price $7,000 per seat. Okay, so for my family, it's $35,000. The one-time PSL $31,350.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crime, is what it is.
So that'd be about 150 plus, right there.
It's just it's awful. But again, if you're talking about this type of commitment anyway, you probably do have some extra income, I'm sure. It's just the price gouging it's a different world than I live in. That's all this is.
But I think this is where I think this is fair, and I don't think either you or I. And again, I supported the Brook Park Dome because I thought it was inevitable. Like I didn't think the city of Cleveland the idea of keeping on the lakefront was not going to work. Building this kind of project is the ultimate long-term stability, and it does mean other amenities for other concerts, for other things that I think are going to be very fun, even if you're not a Browns fan.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
But the whole point is you had to point at this and go, they're going to price out the average fan. They're going to price out the blue-collar fan, and PSL or no PSL, there's no way you can read these ticket prices. And again, it's a survey, nothing's set in stone, but there's no way that you can look at these and fight against that idea. They absolutely are going to be pricing out a fair amount of the have-not fans.
Yeah, I mean, I think, there's a lot of entertainment properties, by the way, that have priced out the average person. That's we look at like the music scene, for instance. Those prices have gotten insane. Like the live events have hit a sweet spot in our society where you can just charge insane amounts of money. But it's gonna turn off a lot of people. And then I would think the smart thing to do moving forward is you just buy whatever games you want to go to. Mm-hmm. Like you just don't do season ticket packages. You don't do I go to every single game. You just buy individual games whenever it sees fit, and that will not help the Browns long term, by the way, because there's going to be a lot of people that look at really bad games on the schedule that don't have season tickets anymore and are also like, well, I'm just going to watch that game from my couch.
Yeah, it almost feels like the only chance you have, like everybody talks about, it's all about 2029. I think it's got to be all about 2028. And if it can be all about 2027, it probably should as well, because when I've talked to people who I know have season tickets now, the whole point, whether it's PSL or otherwise, has been if you think I'm paying that to watch a 3-14 team, you are outside of your damn mind. I got to be honest with you, I don't think they're paying that for an 8-9 team either. I think you're going to need if maybe you go 8-9 in 2027, and then maybe you go like a 12-5 in 2028. If you're opening that puppy in 2029, I think that's the kind of thing you're going to need.
Again, though, I bring up Elisa's uncle to just kind of reinforce the idea that this is the Josh Allen Bills years, and his buddies are like, nope, can't do it. Like even during really great years, you're going to have problems with this. Nonetheless, the lean years.
I want to know who can make $150,000 on 5 tickets for a PSL, where that's like not a,
which is not a problem.
But they're just like, well, of course I would pay that.
There's a lot of money, especially in this area too. Like there is a lot of money in this area, but like you can only stress it so much.
You know what I'd really love to get to? I'd love to get to a point where I'm insulted if you think I won't pay.
Where they call up and you're like, yeah, you run the credit
They'll
card.
Be like, all right,
what are you talking about?
Mr. Wilson, it seems like you want to buy a 6-seat. You only have 5 people in your family. You want to buy a 6-seat for your hats and your scarves and stuff. And the PSLs will be about $190,000 one-time payment, of course. And I'll be like, I won't pay a penny less than $500,000.
Yeah, I feel like there's certain things in life where, like, if I was a billionaire, you still just couldn't get me to fork over the money for it because I fundamentally just think it's too much money to pay for one thing. That's what these are to me right now. I could be worth $1 billion and I still would be like $130,000 PSL.
Oh, $billion? Oh, I'm buying a
I could be worth all sorts of money and I'd be like, no, thank you. It's just too much money to give to one thing for something that I'll watch from my couch. I'll build the world's greatest man cave and I'll watch from there.
If I'm a billionaire, I'm buying like 32 seats right in a row. And then it's just me and my the 5 members of my family sitting there. Space.
You know what I would do if I had $1 billion? I would buy out a whole left field of like Progressive or something, like the whole outfield, and just catch all the home run balls for one game. That I would do.
Would you then
just one game?
Would you walk past 12-year-olds with like a giant satchel of baseballs?
No, I mean it would be
so long, nerds.
It would be I bought everything in the left field, and so part of that agreement is that then there's some security or somebody that is like no one's getting in.
Are you starting the wave too while you're at left field?
The one-man wave? No, it's just me. and I'm catching every home run ball that comes. And obviously the comeuppance that happens here is that no home runs get hit that day.
Do you know?
Like, obviously no home runs get hit the day that I do this.
Do you know what was really hard to accept this year when I took the girls? Because I went up to the terrace in left field, all the way up there, when because I wanted to show them the kind of new way everything had been, and I wanted to go to the other side, and I completely forgot. And it's the first time I got when that was rented out. And so they were like, sir, this is actually a special thing. And I had a little bit of, I did not handle it well.
Were you like, I'm special?
No,
What did you say?
No. I just was like, very like, it's the upper deck. like what are we doing
here? Is
here?
every part of the ballpark now a special place?
I know. And then you go down to the second round, and it was also reserved, and I was like, bleep all you guys. This is the last time I went to a game like a week later.
I like the idea
but in the moment, I was very offended.
I like the idea of a security guard really just monitoring you the entire time and just everywhere you go. Like,
we got a problem on the upper deck. The fat and flannel.
This is also a special spot. I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to do this.
Just every spot I try to go.
It's like, just see how high you go.
This is my seat. I paid for this seat. It's reserved.
Now we're just creating impractical Jokers bits. Is all we're doing.
We should work for the Browns PR.
Yeah.
Sam Brook House, Sumer Sports, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The Browns head into the bye week and all eyes are on Berea. Will changes be made soon? When will Shedeur Sanders get his shot? Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on Afternoon Drive. Ross Tucker has turned my social media into an absolute dookie fest. It is fisticuffs. There are pro-Ross points out there. There are quite anti-Ross points out there. And people are pointing out that me and Ross had a malfunction of the junction once or twice today. I would just stay. Well, okay, in general, social media, what a dumpster fire. I mean, just nothing good comes of it. But today especially.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's only going to get worse if you feel that way because the Browns haven't made it easy on us.
Well, I mean, this is expected. We expected them to be 2-6 and get blown out in half their games.
Is this what they wanted the entire time? Andrew Berry goes DB Cooper on us, and really they just wanted everyone to turn on everyone else?
I just realized Andrew Berry's the magic man. Now you see him, now you don't.
A real Houdini.
Now, to talk about the 2-6 Browns, and I would just say the genius of it all. Just the genius of it all. We're going to head out to the fan hotline. Welcome on of Sumer Sports, Sam Brook House, ball knower. This man knows ball. Sam, welcome to the show, buddy.
And that's high praise. I typically go by much worse epithets. So ball knower is a good thing to come on the show for.
Well, we only bestow it to those that truly know ball. I'll ask you.
You also didn't clarify which ball yet either, Sam.
That's true.
So
you could be talking football, and maybe I'm thinking baseball. We'll never know.
You got to take the compliment in stride.
Hey, look, my New York Knicks took down the Cleveland Cavaliers game 1. So I could talk a little bit of basketball, but let's talk some football while we're at it.
I'm on to baseball. All right, Sam, are the Browns as bad as their 2-6 record indicates?
Yeah, I mean the long and the short of it is that they are failing at key positions, and vaguely none of those positions are on the defensive side of the ball. This is a team right now that is second or third in success rate allowed on the defensive side of the ball. They are in the top 10 of EPA per play allowed, one of the most efficient defenses, one of the most stifling defenses on the defensive side of the ball, led by guys like Myles Garrett, the newly acquired Malik Collins, Carson Schlesinger, the rookie. Tyson Campbell has been playing well before he was evaluated for concussion while he was in a Browns jersey. You got the safeties, Delpit, playing well. So the defense is playing well. The problems are the two most premium positions in football, quarterback, tackle, and wide receiver. That is what is killing the Browns right now. They got to figure out those positions if we want to see them win games this year. And if not, they got to figure out those positions in the draft next year.
Oh, so does your data have, I'm always interested in this, and I might just be splitting hairs here, but it goes, you have quarterback, tackle, wide receiver. So like Myles Garrett, for instance, is not top 3 in a premium position in your data.
Well, they have that handled more than anyone. I'd say as it stands right now, the most easy positions for us to evaluate are defensive end and wide receiver. The stickiest stats exist in those two positions. As a result, that's why they get paid so highly. Obviously, the quarterback position, if you don't have a good quarterback, very difficult to win in the National Football League. That's why it is basically another sport that is being played. But when you look at wide receiver, you look at tackle and defensive end, which are kind of the flip side of the coin of those one-on-ones. Those are certifiably the 3 most important non-quarterback positions, and Browns are struggling at 2 of them right now.
Sam, we've had some debates over how well or not Dillon Gabriel's played through his first 4 starts. How would you assess Dillon Gabriel's play through the first 4 starts here in Cleveland?
Yeah, so at Sumer Sports, we have artificial intelligence, which evaluates every 10th of a second of a play, and we try to figure out as much as possible what is going on those plays. Right now, we have Dillon Gabriel performing at a backup level in the NFL. Now, he has been asked to do a lot. They threw a lot, particularly in that Europe game. He's being asked to kind of lever the entire offense and get it to the guys that matter. That was made more difficult by Quinshad Junkins going out with shoulder injury in the past game. But he looks like a third-round pick. He looks like a mid-round pick right now. And the reality is that's a backup in this league, and that's basically what he's looked like thus far, according to our advanced data. You look at where he sits in terms of his efficiency; it's in the bottom half of the league. He looks like a backup at this rate, and we're starting to get a good enough sample size, at least in terms of his rookie season, to be able to say that.
How long do you take this then?
I mean, it's a great question. They're sitting there with a quarterback, obviously, who, according to the consensus big board, which, you know, there's this concept in analytics about the wisdom of the crowd. So many people cover and provide analysis on the draft. And the reality is that Shedeur Sanders, in the consensus, was considered to be around or more above Dylan Gabriel throughout the draft process. That obviously switched up when it involved him going in the 5th round. But when you look at those people's evaluations, when you look at the accuracy numbers in college, you got to think at some point see a similar situation as we saw in New Orleans, where the young player Spencer Rattler plays a couple games, they are not able to get wins, and at some point you just have to make the move to someone else just to understand what you got. At this point, my personal recommendation would be at some point to put Shedeur Sanders in, just to see what you have, especially given the way that this Browns season is trending.
Sam, the Browns use an absolute butt ton of multi-tight ends, and it continues to actually grow each week. I know you guys on Sumer Sports just had this conversation about it's a league-wide trend. In 2022, there were 27% of plays with multiple tight ends. Last year was 30%, and then this year it's 33%. Why is that?
Well, so the first reason of why that is, I think, is that offensive coordinators have realized that the pass, when you have multiple tight ends on the field, especially if they are good pass-catching tight ends, as David Njoku and Harold Fannin are, that you can maximize efficiency, because typically teams will trot out heavier bodies to try to cover those guys, and you can get mismatches. The problem is right now is that people do not trust the offensive line of the Cleveland Browns, and people do not trust the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. As a result, despite running sets with 2 or more tight ends at a top rate, they're running 12 personnel at the top rate of the league, teams just aren't respecting it. They're trotting out nickel. They think they can defend the run against that offensive line, and they think as a result they're going to try to cover Fannin and try to cover Njoku more. That's the biggest problem about them going with 2 heavy sets right now, is they're not seeing the value in the run game, and they're really only trying to access the pass, but the defenses are adjusting for that and bringing out coverage guys for Fannin and Njoku. And I wonder if that's a quarterback issue. I wonder if that's an offensive line issue. Obviously, there's a lot of places that you can place the blame. It could also be a wide receiver issue. You know, you look at yards per route run, we're not seeing Judy or Tillman or any of the wide receivers basically in the top 60 to 70 there. Basically, you just got to get more efficiency in order to scare those defenses. And right now, despite the rest of the league being able to run these sets and gain a level of respect, the Cleveland Browns have just not seen that level of respect from defenses.
So what does that mean in regards to a potential trade involving David Njoku? Does that mean his price is as high as it's ever going to be, or is it the type of thing where the Browns desperately need to keep him because of the value that the 12 personnel does bring?
Yeah, I think you got to look in the future. And the reality is that ends are paid substantially less, more than wide receivers. So as it always is with Andrew Berry, who has shown a willingness to trade players if the draft capital is right. Case in point, Joe Flacco. If you're going to offer him a 5th for a 42-year-old quarterback who struggled in a Browns uniform, he's going to take it. So if the capital is right for the aging Njoku, I think that we could see him on the move, but it's going to have to be a hefty pick. It's going to have to be, a mid-round 5th or 4th round pick, which is really a king's ransom for a tight end if we're considering surplus value. We haven't seen tight ends go for that much in quite a while. But you think about it just in terms of the cap. you don't have to pay Njoku the level of a wide receiver 3, and practically that's what him and Harold Fannin have been. I mean, practically they've been the best receiving targets for the Browns on the field all year round, and so you are getting surplus value for them. So I think the only way that he is moved off the Browns team is if there is heavy draft compensation in comparison to what we've seen tight ends go for in the past.
Sam, it seems like people have come around to the idea that the Browns aren't just bad last year and this year, but they're probably going to be bad next year and maybe even the year after that. And that has led a few national reporters to suggest the Browns should reconsider trading Myles Garrett. Now, they just gave him the contract extension back in March. If you do a trade, there's a couple ways you can actually manage it, even if it'll still be a belt tightening for the next year or two. Just from the football perspective, if somebody came along, do you think it would make sense for the Browns, if somebody was really hot on the trail of Myles, do you think it makes sense if the Browns did that at this point?
I don't think it makes sense. Here's the reason why. I think you look at the compensation the Cowboys received for Micah Parsons, quite frankly, the only player in this league, other than maybe Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, that are at that pinnacle, at that premium level, almost getting paid to the level of mid-tier quarterbacks in this league. There's 4 players. I think it's Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Myles Garrett, and Michael Parsons. They didn't get the crazy amount that we thought they were going to get. In fact, you look and you really break it down as compared to the Khalil Mack trade years ago between the Raiders and the Bears, and the Cowboys actually got less than that trade. I think as a result, teams are a little bit more hesitant to go after these guys. They're a little bit more tight with the draft capital, particularly if it's a team not at the super high level of the NFL, the Chiefs and the Eagles and so forth and so on. And so I think it would be a true anomaly to see Myles Garrett off this team for the pure reason that I don't think teams are willing to part with the draft capital just to get it in. But in terms of the Browns' perspective on this, I mean, like, he's the cornerstone of their defense, and you look at teams like the Commanders, who were able to make the championship game last year with a couple tweaks at quarterback, a couple tweaks on the offensive line, and a defense that really wasn't all there. The Browns have a great defense. The Browns have good running backs, good tight ends. I think with a draft class that will have guys kind of in the first round, second round, and third round that people will consider NFL-ready quarterbacks, even if they're not to the most premium, highest level, I think you can flip this Browns team over pretty quickly, particularly given the fact that they have multiple first-round picks, and in fact, it's looking like they're going to be very highly regarded first-round picks as well. I think they're going to be able to add multiple quarterbacks if they don't like Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel in the first and second rounds this year. They'll pick up some wide receivers. Jordan Tyson is a very good piece, or be able to pick up those tackles in a very tackle-heavy draft that is coming up this year. There's guys out of Utah, guys out of Miami that will all be highly drafted. I think they have planned this correctly, and drafts this year, if they hit it right, they can kind of switch into a winning team, given the strength of their defense on the other side of the ball.
All right, this final question comes from one of our listeners, Rex. We have debated about Kevin Stefanski and the job he's done. Right now, where would you rank Kevin out of the 32 head coaches in the NFL?
I mean, you want to look at just accolades. He's been able to get the most out of the team basically until this year, Rex. I mean, the man has 2 Coach of the Year awards. He's turned a team with Joe Flacco as the starting quarterback into a playoff team. And quite frankly, if he gets fired, he's going to be immediately hired as an offense coordinator if he is not hired as a head coach. So I think you got to put him in the top quarter. I think he's certifiably one of the top 10 coaches in this league. It's just a tough go-round this year with the roster and kind of the situation on offense that he's been given.
All right, quick follow-up. Are you sure?
Are you sure? And you forgot last year. They sucked last year, too.
Yeah, I mean, like, you look at the things that Stefanski likes to do, and just in terms of analytically, he's doing the things to try to put people in the right position. We discussed 12 personnel. It's a heavy play action team. I mean, I think you just got to look at it, and last year and this year were true rebuilding years. And, I mean, guys, we're sitting here. The real killer right here is the Deshaun Watson trade. Handicapped you from the cap. Handicapped you at the quarterback position. It was a constant will Deshaun, will not Deshaun. I mean, they're still finding the ramifications of that decision. And look, I don't want to say it's karma, but like there's a lot. I'm sure there was a lot of argument back and forth. They decided to take the risk, and they're feeling the effects of the risk right now.
All right, Sam, we appreciate you. You still know football, and we appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you so much.
I disagree about Kevin Stefanski.
I knew you would.
Yeah.
I also disagree about Kevin Stefanski. I want to make that clear.
But I like Sam a lot, and he was great. Sam Brook House there on the Fan. Hotline of Sumer Sports will react to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey everybody, Jeff Phelps here for FanDuel. The NBA season underway, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game, or you want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything, from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks, whatever you want. Visit FanDuel.com/JeffP. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same game parlay, and that way you have a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JeffP, FanDuel.com/JeffP, JEFFP to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA.
21 plus and present in Ohio. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fall is almost here, and your home deserves to shine. From crisp mornings to cozy nights, Pella Windows and Doors brings warmth, style, and energy efficiency to every corner of your space. Right now, get 25% off windows and doors, or enjoy no payments, no interest financing for a year. Just in time for sweater weather. Turn your fall vision into reality. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at your local Pella showroom. Pella, let the cozy in and the savings begin.
Sunday morning. You can smell it. Game day. And the brisket you've been smoking since last night. A day to be with family, aka fellow football fans. Traditions make Sundays easy to enjoy. Beers do too. Bud Light. Easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers at Scheiben Jewelers.
Custom Cleaner on sale now. Buy one, get one free. Plus, loyalty members receive 2 times O-Rewards points. Just add it to your tank during your next fill-up. Stop by your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes here, Nick and JP back with you. So I got a great deal on Madden this week.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. So the prices have come down with Christmas coming up, obviously, the holidays coming up. And so I got a great deal on Madden and College Football 2026, and I played the new Madden for the first time today. Mm-hmm. And I'll have you know that I simmed that first season because I don't want to play this season while I'm watching it play out in real time, but I did trade Joe Flacco, made a couple other trades.
Yeah.
Got the number 2 pick.
Okay.
Played Shador all year.
Yeah, how'd he do?
Shador actually, I think he's like a 68 in the game. I think he went up to a 78.
Cool.
Now, I still drafted a quarterback at 2. And we're gonna have a camp battle.
Yeah, okay.
But it should be new. It should be known. Shador grew a lot as a young quarterback, and now we're set up with 2 young quarterbacks going forward.
As long as you don't do the thing that I think there's some. I'm not speaking to anybody here in the city. I'm speaking more to the idea that I've heard it in other cities where they start playing a lot of Madden, and then their thoughts on players are just solely based off of what that player does in the Madden game and not in real life. As long as that doesn't happen, we'll be all right.
I don't think I have to worry about that.
Okay, good. Yeah, I didn't think I had to, but
mostly because I veer from Madden pretty hard. I kind of like college football, whatever year. I play it a lot for about a month.
Yeah.
And then I just don't play it for like 6 months.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, at least you got a good deal.
Honey Badger doesn't have time for that, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can always find time for Madden, right? Isn't that what people say?
Not really.
No?
This just happens to be.
How long do the games take? Aren't they only like? How long are they?
So the Madden
I have no
games,
idea.
So Madden is quicker than the college football games. Like a college football game with the traditional with like the shortened clock, like I think it's like 5 or 6 minute quarters. Takes like half an hour.
That's not bad.
I played two actually because I actually played 2 of the games. I played the first 2 games, Bengals and then Ravens, and I got those 2 games done in 30 minutes because I just didn't play defense. I simmed through defense and then just played offense.
Yeah, I would sim defense too. You get frustrated then if the defense fails you, but that seems like who wants to play defense?
Yeah, honestly, I kind of wanted to be bad on purpose.
Yeah,
so I didn't mind when the Ravens boat race. It was actually 21-16 in week 2. That's more acceptable than what actually happened in week 2.
It's also a lot easier to get the hang of the offensive side of it versus playing on defense. And each individual position has its own. It has its own learning curve every single year.
Fair. Do you know what I find more cumbersome though than the college football video game? Just hopping through screens trying to figure out how to manage your roster. Like it. I mean, dear God, it was like trying to remember where the practice squad is, trying to remember where IR is and medical decisions, stuff like that. That was, and oh, by the way, also the first game, forgot to reset the org chart because I had traded Njoku. I traded a couple players. And DeJuan Jones was my backup tight end. And that's, even though I had 3 tight ends, big fella got 2 catches for 45 yards.
Could have been the missing ingredient with him the entire time.
Oh, by the way, he also got hurt about 2 games into the season, so that makes sense.
That 45 yards really hit a number on him.
They've really got the injuries up to speed on DeJuan Jones. Automatic injury by week 5.
What kind of deal did you get? I'm thinking about like not buying anything until Black Friday, Digital Monday.
Yeah, I got each game for $35.
That's a great deal. We're knocking on the doorstep of when things become really, really cheap.
Yeah, and here's the problem. Your boy really is in like a spend mode recently. The weather vibes out. See, we have contributed many a things to each other in the 20 years Vanessa and I have been together.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing, now some of it's good, right? Like I feel like I have showed the just never give up. I've got a lot of tenacity, right? And whether it's the pursuit of this or whatever. And I feel like I've shown that to Vanessa. Mm-hmm. And she's shown me incredible patience and taught me a lot about patience. So that's a fair trade. I also think I've infected her with my ADHD and my anxiety. Not great. Not great on her side is She taught me about retail therapy, and I'll tell you guys, that bleep works. The hit doesn't last that long. But like I was telling you today, I had a gift card and an Amazon gift card.
Yeah.
And I needed Daryl's actually coming over. We're going to do some housework this weekend. I needed a miter saw, and I got that bad boy. So not only do I get I just bought a brand new miter saw, which was like $200. That was awesome. But then I didn't have to pay the $200 because I had the gift card. Oh, that's the sweet spot
Could my
there.
mini saw have gotten the job done?
No.
I want to sell you on a mini saw.
No. I love
my mini saw.
I also am going to get a nail gun, and man, am I afraid to have that nail gun around my daughters.
Or Daryl.
No, Daryl I think you can trust.
Is Daryl handy?
Incredibly.
Do I just not know that Daryl's handy?
Like, he's more handy than anybody that works here.
Wow, I did not see that coming with Daryl.
Yeah, he's going to teach me how to do all the trimming, the trim and oh my God, wainscoting and stuff for the living room so that we can paint it and it'll be ready for Thanksgiving.
What's the compensation for Daryl in this one? Is this a pizza and beer situation or what is this?
I think he just likes being able to tell people that he taught me how to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, I think
Daryl... According to Daryl on Tuesday, Daryl was like, he's out and about these days.
Yeah, he is.
He's going to Halloween parties.
No, it's been so true
he's
story.
He's doing things.
You know, he moved downtown a couple months ago. And it's like a whole new Daryl. Like he told me when he moved down here, he did say that he was going to try and he felt like at the house he had kind of become a bump on a log.
Okay,
and so he is doing that. Like he came to the birthday party. He's come over a couple times. Like
Daryl was talking about all the weight he's gained and
which I don't understand. I can be that active and put on weight. This whole thing comes by way of inactivity.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And also, I really like food.
He said he's going to Halloween parties. He's getting fat. He's doing all sorts of things.
But yeah, I mean, Daryl's like
he's like Bob Vila, huh?
That's actually, I'm not kidding you. Between owning his own home previously and watching Bob Vila or this old house or whatever the hell it is, because they kept making the show after Bob retired.
Yeah.
That's Daryl.
It was always so wild to me. My dad would watch that show, and it would be like, when are you ever going to use this information? And then, like, randomly 5 years later, it'd be like one Bob Vila episode would just stick in his brain, and then he'd be able to pull it out and do whatever he needed to do.
That's what Daryl says.
It's so wild.
Yeah.
And you had to watch that and be like, I'm gonna preserve that thought. Because one day this is going to come up and it'll actually matter. Whereas us these days, we don't do that.
Because I have YouTube.
We have YouTube. Yeah, we work and we just YouTube basically anything that we need. It's a very different society.
Now the funny
we were
thing,
not better off for it, by the way. We're not.
People don't understand when Daryl's in a social situation. That man sings like a bird. Like he is such a great. You wouldn't think it because Daryl can be a little feisty on air and stuff like that. Daryl is so awesome in a social situation. It's another reason, one, I invite him to stuff because I love him, but two, I invite him to stuff because I know he's a constant conversation starter. Mm-hmm. And so, like...
Well, he brings excitement in a fun way.
Well, but it's about, like...
He's excitable.
Dude, like, he walked in, and I was just trying to show him where the bathroom was. And he was like, oh, you could do that. He was, like, walking through the house and redesigning, and I was like, I want to just go grab another beer. I pawned him off on Vanessa. And then he was like 30 minutes later, she pawned him off on Mama.
How many weekends is he going to be coming over? This isn't just it doesn't sound like a one-time thing for
Daryl. The living room will be or dining room, excuse me. I don't know why I use them interchangeably. That'll be a one-day thing. And then he's going to help me put up beatboarding in the bathroom. And then I'll paint that as well.
Oh, that's what reminded me of it. Daryl was talking about the beatbox that he drank. You said beatboarding. The beatbox, the alcoholic drink.
I've never heard of that.
You never heard of a beatbox?
And I'm an alcoholic.
Oh, you might like a beatbox then. It's just a high alcohol drink. It's kind of like a knockoff Four Loko type.
Oh no, that was the one thing. What was the other one? Four Loko. There's another thing when I was in college. You're similar age. I don't remember what it was, but everybody was drinking them.
I did a lot of Four Loko. Explains a lot. We did a lot of Four Loko.
That's not the only thing you did.
You're telling me.
Where's Lindenwood?
St. Charles, Missouri.
Yeah. Gets real boring out there, so I'm assuming.
Real dicey.
Right?
Real dicey.
Boring?
Yeah, we're like 20 minutes from like downtown St. Louis. It's not that boring. It's not that exciting. I'll tell you that. But it's not that boring.
Yeah, but St. Louis is the wrong exciting.
The wrong exciting.
A lot of murder there.
Yeah, there's a lot of murder in a lot of places.
Okay, but
there's good parts. There's good parts. There's bad parts. It's just about everything.
Yeah, okay. Oh,
I stayed in the good parts. I didn't really go to the bad
You're
parts.
going very Ross Tucker on Kevin Stefanski, focusing on the good parts. Yeah. There's a lot. One of my buddies.
What murder?
He's a great guy. One of my buddies in high school was from St. Louis. And I remember asking him, is my buddy Dorman? I'd be like, man, what was St. Louis like? And he'd be like, I wouldn't go there again. And I just remember that stuck in my head. And that was 30 years ago.
It's not my favorite city. I mean, it's not my favorite city, but there's definitely nice parts to it, the way there's nice parts to just about any city.
Is it where the arch is?
No, that's actually one of the worst parts of the city.
How is that
possible?
It's
not a great part of the city.
It's a monument.
Well, you're close to Busch Stadium, but like it gets real dicey right in that neighborhood. Right in that area, it gets real dicey, especially late at night.
What is it about baseball stadiums? Comerica's the same thing.
I know. Comiskey, an awful place to put a baseball stadium. Crime is everywhere around that place.
Every time we're jumping around here because my ADHD is now infecting everyone. Every time I talk to my buddy Dan, who lives in Naperville in Illinois, about going to a White Sox game, like a White Sox Guardians game, on like a Chicago trip with our buddy Jeremy, every time he's like, oh, let me tell you about the person that just got shot outside the stadium or inside the stadium.
Yeah,
I'm like, that's not how that's supposed to work.
Crime everywhere, right around that little stretch.
If I get shot outside the stadium, okay, that can happen at any stadium. Inside the stadium, that's a Chicago problem.
It was a legit thing that happened. The person was just sitting in the stands and got shot.
Yeah. Chicago.
Not great Chicago, am I right?
Okay.
What a town.
That part of Chicago, worse than St. Louis.
Yeah,
now we're building an org chart.
Good spots, bad spots to every city. You just got to find the good spots.
Although, when I went to the United Center to watch the Hawks with my little brothers.
Also a bad spot.
Everyone was like, hey, don't walk there.
I would not. I would tell you that advice right now. Don't walk around there.
I walked there.
Yeah, that's a bold move.
And I think it was bold for the people that I was walking around.
You got lucky.
I think they got lucky.
I'm not seeing it that way.
I think many people thought, not messing with a big one. All right? Much like Cop said.
There are a lot of weapons that don't care about your size. You got really happy with that line.
I don't know what you're talking about. YouTube does.
Really
YouTube saw it.
It's a truth, though. There's a lot of, I don't know why the United Center and Comiskey both in really bad neighborhoods. Again, good spots, bad spots to everything.
I walked and I was fine.
Would I ever live in St. Louis? Not a chance. Did I ever even consider living in St. Louis? Not a chance.
I'd live in Wrigleyville. But the problem is I would just go from the bar to the stadium and then back, and then to my apartment. I actually knew I almost called her a girl, a woman who lived in Wrigleyville, one of the right outside.
Yeah.
And if I was not married, I would have just been like, listen, I'm not even attracted to you, but let's get married. I want to get married for the perks of living in Wrigleyville.
Listen, people have married for worse.
216-474-0092.
But somebody has to. I mean, at least you're getting baseball games, and you got bars across the street that have batting cages in them. That's always a good time.
If you've gotten married for a bad reason, we want to hear it. 216-474-0092. In case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm PG.
to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Big thanks to Ashley Bastock at 320. Great stuff. Strong answer on whether the Browns will trade Myles Garrett before the trade deadline. And then had an interesting take about this offseason, about a Myles Garrett trade. Strong stuff with Ross Tucker at 4 today. It got chippy. We went well past the time for an update because Ross and I tried to be very Midwest nice about it, and then in the end, I think I just stopped being Midwest nice about it, and Ross and I went do-si-do a couple times on the state of the Browns, and then Sam Brook House, Sumer Sports ball knower. It's Lonzo. He knows Lonzo Ball. JKLOL, it's football. But let's go ahead and get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off with certified ball knower, but it's basketball. They once again, we had another week of the Michael Jordan talks to Mike Tirico in an hour-long interview that they're going to just flesh out over, I imagine, weeks on end. But people are enjoying this, and they're enjoying it, and I'm enjoying it as well. But this was the latest on MJ and load management in the NBA, courtesy of NBC.
It shouldn't be needed, first and foremost. I never wanted to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove. It was something that I felt like, the fans are there to watch me play. I want to impress that guy way up on top who probably worked his ass off to get a ticket. You have a duty that if they're wanting to see you, and as an entertainer, I want to show, right? So if the guys are coming to watch me play, I don't want to miss that opportunity. Now, physically, if I can't do it, then I can't do it. But physically, if I can do it and I just don't feel like doing it, that's a whole different lens. You play basketball 2.5 hours a day, 3 hours a day. That's your job. That's what you get paid to do as an NBA player. What are you doing the other 21 hours?
There's a couple things I really enjoy out of this. MJ did, I remember just from growing up in Chicago and being around that Bulls team and watching every game and doing all that stuff. Like, he played every game. Like, he was out there. You never had to worry about if you're going to go to a Bulls game, if MJ was going to play or not. That was never a discussion. I've always credited MJ with that. But it is interesting, him going after basically the current state of the NBA, and now that is a question mark for some players. LeBron's done a good job as well of playing in these games and understanding that playing for the person in the 400 section is really why you do it.
Yeah, for a long time, load management didn't really bug me, and then I watched players take advantage of it in the way that they've taken advantage of it. For some guys, it's not a authentic, honest representation of what you need. You just don't want to play 82 times a year, and you're making an excuse for that. And I can understand if you want to elongate your career, and taking 20 games off a season does that. As I've gotten older, I just think with the way salaries have gone up, Andrew Wiggins, you're talking about average role players making $20 million a year, truly great players making $50 million a year, $60 million a year. If you can't play 82 games, and again, there's a difference between you're hurt, you're not healthy enough to play, and you're just maybe shaving a little off the top. I think that's more rampant in the NBA than we want to realize or maybe address. And it really, I don't know that the NBA realizes what a big image problem that is, and how that doesn't happen in any other sport.
Well, I do want to put it in some context for people, because I think people are like, oh, but of course MJ had to miss some games, right? He had 11 seasons, Nick, where he played 80-plus games. 8 seasons where he played all 82. He really did. When he's speaking here, he really did walk the walk of the idea that he was playing for any person that came out, and that was the only time that they got to see him. There's a lot of people that you got to see MJ one time a year, and you spent your hard-earned money to go see it. And if he was playing, for instance, I remember going to a Hawks game, and he had no reason to play in that game, but of course he played. And it's the only time you get to see him, and it was just he understood that, and I think that's important. It kind of gets lost these days.
Yeah, he at no point would MJ ever have done load management. If he didn't want to play, he'd just retire for 2 years and go be bad at baseball.
Well, whatever David Stern forced him to do.
All right, get ready to throw away your hats and cancel your hair transplant appointments. Researchers at the National Taiwan Institute have stumbled upon what might be the biggest breakthrough in hair loss history.
Okay.
They've created a rub-on serum, easy there, derived from natural fatty acids that have shown to stimulate dormant follicles and fat cells and regenerate hair follicles. And it could be as easy, because it's still in the animal trials now, it's moving to human trials. You could regrow your hair in 20 days, which we're about. Yeah, we'd like that. If I could bring the widow's peaks just to here, just back to where it was naturally, maybe get rid of the thinning hair up here. I could even keep the bald spot in the back. That's fine. But it's more just the widow's peaks that bug me more than anything.
So I think I'd be bothered if I was bald in the back area. I think that would bother me. And if that ever happens, I think I'm going to have to do something about it.
See, but I'm so tall, most people don't see it.
That's nice. That is nice. Yeah. You're 6'4". People don't really, they're not going to get there. I get
Unless
that.
it's LeBron. I see your hair.
I'm 6'1.5", almost 6'2". Do enough people see the top of my head?
I don't think so. Not for the back, but they see this.
Well,
this is an angle thing too.
Oddly enough, I've been thinking a decent amount about this over the past 48 hours or so, because we've had some opportunities with some hair places, and it's like, do you take advantage of that? Do you not take advantage of that? Listen, if that's something you want to do to make yourself feel better, great. But the realization I had is it's not something I need in life.
I don't need it.
It's not something I want to go through the process of doing.
If I could get a rub-on serum and just pat it here, pat it
but make it as easy as possible. Here's the problem. I've had this receding hairline for a very, very long time.
As long as I've known you.
So it would be, yes, and I've had it even longer than that, oddly enough. Like 21, 20 years old, it was very apparent I had this receding hairline. And so wouldn't it just be so obvious to everybody that you got something done there?
Oh, yeah, I don't care, though. That's the only thing I don't know why you would care.
But it's not going to make my wife any more attracted to me. In fact, it might even turn her off. I'm not sure.
No, I think it's more. I think if you had I don't think it'd go negative.
She's already bought the goods.
Well, yeah, but yeah. I mean, I don't think it's.
I don't
about,
need to keep selling.
See, to me, it's never been about anybody else. Like Vanessa doesn't care about this. She prefers that I'm a fat tub of lard. It's me. It's me. What I see in the mirror. I think that's why it makes sense.
So I don't think I'd get any more confidence out of it. Any more like look at my hair. This is all. I don't think that works for me.
I just think it would be one less thing I look at in the mirror and go, ugh. And I'm okay if I can knock one of those things off the list.
See, I don't think I've ever looked at my receding hairline and been like, ugh. Although people probably think I should.
No, I don't think
it just doesn't ever bother me the way that I think people want it to bother me. I'm not sure. I just it's not something. I'm really chill with where I'm at right now.
So I think you have benefit.
I'd like to lose a couple pounds, but outside of that, I'm really chill with where I'm at right now.
You have the benefit of you don't necessarily. Maybe I'll put it for me.
Okay, yeah.
I have very thin hair, but I have a lot of it. So if you take even just 5% up top, if you just thin it by 5%, it looks noticeably different. So it's not even just the receding hairline; it's how thin it can get, and that's I don't want the Larry from the Three Stooges.
I got that.
I'd really like that not to be the case because I wouldn't want to be with me.
I get that. For someone though that you've been pretty anti-Ozempic, the idea that you want almost is this cheating? Is this like hair cheating at all, or is this just taking advantage of what would be
just
offered?
Rubbing a serum on there. It's
just making life easier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also say like with Ozempic. Here's the thing: I don't know how to regrow hair. I don't have any knowledge in that. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a chemist. I do know how I could lose weight very quickly. I'm just not doing it, and that's different. Like 7 years ago,
that's a good answer. Okay, that's a good
7
answer.
years ago, I didn't really know how to lose weight. Right? I've learned a lot, and I actually did lose weight at one point, and then I've just been lazy, a little bit of stubborn, and then succumbed to a lot of anxiety about it. But ultimately, tomorrow, if I really thought about it, if I really put my ass into it, I could drop 100 pounds in 6 months, no problem. And by the way, the final 70 pounds I need to drop, I could take off in the next year after that. I could be 225 in a year and a half, no problem. That sounds, by the way, everyone's like 225 is fat. Not when you're 6'4" and not when you're broad-shouldered.
I'm 225. I don't think that's fat.
I don't. Neither do I.
Thank you.
I haven't been 225 since freshman year of high school.
Freshman year of high school.
I'm a big boy. Yeah. Yeah.
What were you senior year of high school?
About 265. I was always in high school. I was always about 250. Okay, so about 225 to 275. And I lost a little weight going to college, and then I found it all my sophomore year. And then I just said, you know what? I make it look good.
There you go.
And Vanessa agreed, and that's a real. We call that enabling.
I think that's the heart of it. Is that there's no complaints coming from Elise, so I think I'm fine. I know everyone's always tells you like you should never stop trying to impress your wife. You should always like continue to try to impress your wife.
You on that one?
I'm kind of like I think she signed up for what she signed up for. We're good.
What if she came out and was like, hey, just so you know, I got some stuff for the dome.
Then I would do it instantly.
Would it hurt your feelings?
Not a second. If she told me like if you do that, I need you with more hair, I would do it instantly. Not even a question.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin doing the YouTubing, doing the producing. Big thanks to Matt Corelli and Meredith Kane on the 2020s. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. Look forward to doing it tomorrow.
I kind of want to bring Ross Tucker on tomorrow, see if I can argue with him again. We got Pete Futek at 4:20. We'll have our buddy Cash. Love it.
Hate it. I turned my mic off.
Tomorrow as well.
And we got excited.
Be safe out there. We'll see you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.